Ahoy mateys, welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream, the Project Feline Devstream show with me. I've forgotten my name today. So we are heading back into more animation, and I'm just opening Unreal to show you, I've made a little bit, some developments. I stayed up a little bit late last night and made some developments. Some exciting developments. Just waiting for the engine to open. But, oh boy. Ray's been cooking, okay? Raymond's been cooking, and some stuff has come out of the oven. It's not all out of the oven, but some stuff has come out of the oven. Mr. Feline, you know it, man, you know it. Hello, Jay. First time chatter. Bro. I'm sorry that school must take you from these streams. But we've had a few, I remember I've seen a few people in chat here that like will bring up school. So I'm starting to think maybe my audience is younger than I think it is. Because I haven't been around school in a little while. I've been cooking Raymond, indeed. My own top Raymond. Alright, so check this out. Oh. So I've modified the cell shader slightly, and other things. Oh, let me turn off camera smoothing. Okay. So you'll notice that she looks a little different. She looks a little bit different than yesterday. And I still need to do some tweaking on it, but I've been trying to improve the in-game cell shader a little. So now she has her outlines. I've figured out a way to get it working. It still needs a bit of adjusting. It's not the way I wanted to do it, but it does work. And the cool thing about this shader, so if I detach the camera for a moment, it's a little different than my old one. Because in the old version, I like baked an inverted hull onto the model. But this new thing I'm doing will actually scale the line width as I move further and back from the character. So if I really pull in that frame really tight, watch what happens to her outlines on the outside as I start moving the camera further away. So they start to change. They look a little thicker now when we're further away. The only problem that I haven't worked out yet is that it doesn't use the vertex channel that I want yet. So I need to figure out a way to do that because the line width is meant to vary across the model, and it doesn't at the moment. It's meant to use, I think I might have to export a texture out as an alpha channel and plug that in. I reckon that's what I'll have to do to get that to like, because her nose is not meant to have, and her mouth, it's not meant to have the outline on it because it looks weird at certain angles. It's meant to use something else, like here. You can see that she's got like a line next to her mouth there, and her whiskers have the line on it as well, which I don't want. But it does scale, which is pretty cool. So it looks a lot better than the old one does, just by virtue of the lines being a consistent width. So if I like pivot the camera to be like really close to her, it doesn't look like dirty, you know what I mean? Because the old lines would kind of they look way too thick when you look at them up close. In fact, we could probably do a side-by-side comparison. If I get old Gabi here, and if I chuck in new Gabi, that's new Gabi, where's old Gabi? If I chuck them both next to each other, because her old one still has the old outline. Because yeah, if we get too close here, you can just see, yeah, you can see the line is just too thick. Like look at her chin. It's so thick, and it just throws you out of it completely. It's like someone's trying really hard to imitate line art, which is what's going on. But then you go look at new Gabi, her actual line, the line width is more consistent everywhere. Because the texture on this, it has very thin lines. Like for the chest and stuff. Like here, the lines are very thin, but the outline is like really thick. And it just looks strange. Like it looks fine at this distance, but when you get close, it's like really strange. And if you get farther away, you can't really make out, it looks kind of dirty. Yeah, the anti-aliasing, yeah, it kind of ruins it. But on the new model, now that you see it next to each other, it kind of, yeah, the other one still has a clean outline. So that's a cool little trick I got to work. And there was one more thing. Sorry, I just love zooming really close into this because I just love that the detail stays. I also made it so that it doesn't it doesn't use a custom light vector anymore. It uses the sun, so I don't have to go in and automatically adjust the vector direction of the shader anymore, which is nice. So I've got it just getting the sun direction and using that as a light source. So you'll notice that every object is looking like every cell shaded object now looks slightly different because it's all using a different light vector now. And it looks kind of more diegetic actually. So the light is actually kind of reflecting the world and not just some random light direction. So the actual light here and the shadows are in the right spot, which I don't think they were before. And same for the grind rails, actually. They do that too. And I'll need to like port this new line work technique over to a lot of these objects too, because all of these objects have like that fixed line width that's gonna look pretty bad. So that'll be a later thing though. I'll do that later on. For them, and there was another thing, because right before I went on stream, I'll get comments from time to time trying to like point things out and fix things, and they usually kind of are a bit off the mark, and it's hard to kind of solve someone else's coding problem when you're only seeing it on stream. But one guy actually left a comment that was really useful, and he pointed out why the jump wasn't working. So I went and implemented some changes to the animation controller, and now she'll play that start jump animation that we couldn't get working yesterday. So now we still have that blend space of her leaping forward when she's moving fast, and then just tucking up, like moving upwards like that when she's standing still, and it won't try and glitch the ledge jump that we did. So now she'll actually finish and it won't try and like move her hands about like it was doing yesterday. And the fix, it was really simple. It was something, let me try and find it. It was just changing the entry point, which makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. So instead of, because what was going on is that yesterday when we were trying to, we had this issue where when you like backflip off the ledge, she like blends into the jump start pose where it's not meant to do it. It blends back into this and then goes here, which looked really strange. So all I've done instead is I've just made an empty state called entry to plug entry into, and then it'll just skip idle and run depending on whether it's landing or not. So if it's in the air, it'll just skip over this entry point altogether, and this is the new entry point now. So it will, yeah, it'll choose between idle, running, jump loop, or whatever. And now that I'm looking at this more closely, I might have to add a bit more to that, but that is Future Ray problem. He can solve that. But yeah, so that's the state machine. It's working a lot better now. And yeah, it's just because the model looks so different. Well, not different. It looks so much better in engine, and I don't really look at it in engine that much. But compared to the old one, because I haven't put them side by side together like this in a little while, and I'm just kind of, I just can't help not looking at it. It just makes me like happy. I have a good feeling that when this is all kind of finished up and polished off, it's gonna be everything I'm picturing it. Yeah, look at that massive difference so far. And even the skin tone, I'm really happy that I changed it because she was looking way too pale. I did start playing around. I started building an alternate cell shader just to mess around with it, but it didn't quite. So I've just changed the material real quick. I tried rebuilding the cell shader again to be slightly different, to play a bit better with the specular, but it's still not quite. It still has a bit of problems. So you can see here that like the highlights are a bit more smooth, but then you have this weird the specular, because the thing that I don't like right now is the specula's too strong. If I switch it back to the old material, well actually it looks fine here. Hold on, maybe I have to, if I change this shadow strength, yeah, so if the shadow strength is below 1 at all, the specular starts to come in a bit more, but it's on the body, it's way too strong. Like it's her suit becomes like light blue. It's too strong. So I've been trying to figure out a way to sort of have the specular not do that and just be a bit like here. It's like too much. Like her entire body looks washed out. Could be a texture thing. Maybe it's something I have to do with the textures. But what I would like is if the specular kind of left. It didn't do that when I just increased the shadow, because I just want the shadows. I just want there to be less shadows. I don't want the specular to take over like this. But I haven't figured that out yet. So I tried doing this alternate thing, which it works a little different. But it's still not quite there. So I have this instead, which doesn't overwhelmingly dominate with the specular, but the shadows are not the right color, and I haven't implemented the other channel maps, but the occlusion is playing a bit better. So you can see that the neck will actually stay shaded, which I don't think happens on the old one. Maybe it does, I don't know. Oh, that's brightness. There's another one here called shadow strength. Yeah, the green channel doesn't quite work properly with the way I've set this one up. So this is the current one, and then the new one I've been trying to do. The green channel now works properly, but the other two color channels don't. So I was just kind of messing around with it, trying to... Because I want I think having the shadows hit in the right place is really important. Because because I've deliberately left things in shadow, like the back of her hair and her neck. It's meant to be in shadow, and like under her arms, and I think those are the main areas. I might have to add a little more, but the fact that it doesn't do it properly with the old shader is kind of irritating. But then with the specular, it's kind of weird too, because it has this weird glow. It looks like metallic almost, and I'm not really a fan of that. It's not quite what I'm after. It's smoother, but it's not quite what I'm after, so I'll have to muck around with that a bit more. But to show you how that looks on because the shadows look really good. So I just want to like look at it with the player animations on. Because with the animations and the shadows in the right spot, it looks like a lot better. But everything else besides that doesn't. So if I switch her base asset so that so you'll see here that the shadows are sitting much better, but her shadow color is not quite right. And the specular is not quite right either. Like the specular is very weak and diffused, but I like the way the shadows sit on this version. So I'll zoom in a little. So yeah, like the neck is sort of staying shaded, which I like that here. And it looks, I don't know, it looks kind of cleaner. I can't quite describe it. I think the shadows somehow are just cleaner, but yeah, there's still problems. I don't know, maybe that shadow color isn't so bad, actually. But yeah, so anyway, that's just stuff I've been mucking around with. Back to animating, because we still got some stuff to get through. So, we still need... I haven't been able to find reference for this one yet. Well, this one I came up with yesterday, and I'm not sure how I want that to look yet. We did get an iteration of this done. I'm just trying to think where I want to start. Oh, thanks, William. And thanks, Take22. Good to see you again, man. Thanks for the $5. Gotta be honest, I gave up on making a game, but watching you makes me want to try again. Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, give it a shot. See what happens. Thanks for the $5 though. I appreciate that so much. That encourages me to keep going when people do that. Hello, we got a new guy in Twitch chat here. SuTVU. Hello. The neck staying always in shadow actually highlight her other body. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't even, I think even in Blender, it actually, no, it does work in Blender, kind of. But I still gotta just get the specular, like the specular and occlusion are just a little strange. Like it's the textures I think are fine. It's just the way I've built the shader. Because this is the same shader as like years ago, and I haven't really touched it much. And I'm thinking, huh, maybe I plugged in something wrong. Because it never, because that's actually always been a problem. Even for the old model, the shadows the green color channel for the shadow, the occlusion matte actually still wasn't working, but I didn't notice. So it's yeah. But if I can get it to look like proper, then it'll look just that much better, and the shadows will look a little less glitchy. So I have optimism that I will fix that somehow, but it's not a terribly high priority right now. I just thought it'd be fun to play around with. Maybe go with 2 instead of 3. Well, no, you need 3, because without the specular, it looks worse. It's just the problem is that the specular has to be... because, well, they use specular very interestingly on the Guilty Gear models. Like, they have 3 colors. I'm gonna show you, because I need time to decide what animation I want to work on, because I'm not really vibing any of the stuff on my list right now. I'm not in the mood to do any of them. So... Give my brain a minute to make up its mind, and I'll show you. I'll pull up some Guilty Gear reference. Oh, oops! I opened up my live stream. I didn't mean to do that. Because they use it on costumes a lot. I'm just gonna search up gameplay. I'm trying to find a character that has lots of like belt buckles. Like this dude. Because they actually do use 3-tone shading. Excuse me. So you can see it here. They use it on like... it acts a little differently to mine. But you can see that on the hair they have a stripe going through for the highlights. And then on the collar, around the edges. So maybe I'm just applying it wrong. That could be it. Because yeah, it's only on the edges of these contours that they have the specular. And it is because you can control with the red or the blue channel, I can't remember which. You could control where the highlights will sit. So if you actually look at his sleeve, you can... So yeah, maybe I need to adjust the texture, because you can see that because in my one, this highlight would be taking up most of this blue stripe. But in their one, they've just designated it to the edges only. So the reason that works for them is because they have lots of seams like this, whereas Gabi's costume doesn't really have these, which is why it probably looks not good. And if I look at the big masses area here, like this big mass of cloth, there is no specular highlights on this, it's just shadow. So maybe that's what I'm getting wrong. Because yeah, all of this doesn't, but then you have these black, these black contours. You can see that's where they, on the edge, I know it's very low resolution, but I can see it. Just along that edge of pixels there, I can see it. And then for things like shoes, see, this is what it should look like. That's what I was wanting it to look like, where it has like a blob, but in my one it takes up like the entire surface area. But this little blob, so maybe I need to tone down the intensity or something. But it looks like they seem to use it around on sharp edges. They apply it a lot on sharp edges, it looks like. And yeah, everything else here doesn't really have any specular on it. So I see. Yeah, so it could be a combination of the shader and my texturing. Could be both. But yeah, it's without those things though, it won't look as good. So I'm pretty confident I could get that working eventually. But so yeah. Specular looks like it's being drawn. Well, yeah, that's because it is probably. Well, it's meant, and yeah, that's the look I want. So I still got to level up a little bit to get it to look like that. But yeah, it's just because it's overwhelming on my one. It's too much. But then in Blender, it looks fine. Like here, you can see here it's behaving normally. Like, this is how I want it to look. Okay, maybe on the glove it's a little strong, because when you look at it at an angle, you have this cool little highlight, but that's actually not how their highlights do either. So maybe I'm misapplying it. Because yeah, what I wanted, you see here, it's got like these little bits on the top, but I don't see the same on the Guilty Gear characters. So, but I have done it right on the hair. That's probably the only place I've done it right, is on the hair. So it has designated spots, except the shader, it's actually the shader in Unreal. There's this bug in Blender where the highlights stay on the shadows. Doesn't happen in Unreal, but it happens in Blender. So that's another thing I noticed. But yeah, I think the armor has some issues with it as well, with the specular. Like these sides, it looks fine here, but you put it in engine and this becomes light gray. So yeah. So it's gonna, but that's shader stuff. We're not gonna do shader stuff today. Oh, Gaming Oxy, the video Infamous 2 free roam user-generated content has the pull-up reference I was looking for. Oh, thank you so much. Let me look that up, because I really want to do that one, but that's the one I couldn't find reference for. Let's have a look then. So at 1 minute 29, oh my goodness, that's so specific. Thank you. Does he do it? Oh, yes, baby! Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo! See, that's the... Thank you so much, Gaming Oxy. This is exactly what I was looking for. How on earth did you find that? I spent like half an hour trying to find it and I couldn't. Yeah, it's this. This is the coolest... See, this guy's playing the game normally, not like a speedrunner on stimulants. He's actually letting the animation play fully. So let's yeah, okay. I really want to do this one. I want to do this one today. Thank you for helping me find that. Because yeah, I'm thinking in my list, this is the one that's next up, but I couldn't find reference, and I don't really feel like doing these ones. So it's like, but now we can do the good ending of this stream. Today we'll have the good ending. We're in the good timeline. So let's get to the frame where he's holding on. Because I can get Gabi to do that pose. So 130. There we go. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for finding this. Oh, it's so cool. I love this thing. It's such a cool animation. Okay, I just need to slow down when it stops. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. So he does this kind of move, and you'll notice that his arm is actually hyperextending. So the thing is, though, is that this is Cole. This is not Gabi. So we're gonna have to... I can't copy these exact poses because Gabi doesn't move quite like this. So I need to do this in a way that looks more gymnast and less Cole McGrath. So I'm gonna have to take some artistic liberties. I think the thing that will look strange if Gabi tried doing this is the legs. But I need to pay attention because what I've noticed, because I don't know if you guys remember, if I'm gonna open up the wall, the clamber, because this one I need to redo as well, where she does this spin flip. Because we were using some like child as animation reference on like her trampoline, and you can tell that the form is not very good. Like the legs are too bent and everything. So I'm gonna have to redo this one to be a bit better later on. Because then Gabi does do other flips, and this one looks out of place now because it looks like she's really sloppy in this one animation, and the rest of them look really good. So we got to be careful because with Cole, it's the same kind of deal where his legs are bending, and in the gymnastics reference I've been watching, they don't do that often, and if they do, it's like under specific mitigating circumstances. So I just need to see, because he uses one leg to whip his weight around, and the other sort of keeps he keeps that leg low, but his knee's bent. But then it kind of like whips up. which kind of looks natural, but the way he lands, his legs are very far apart. So I'm gonna have to like change how far apart the legs are. And I think straighten up that bottom leg if I was to do this on Gabi. Because I think it needs to look more like a split for Gabi, whereas with Cole, it doesn't look as much. And I've just noticed as well that Cole, this is the hero rank, I think. Yeah, I just noticed as well that Cole's color palette is also the same as Sporticus. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. But the blue and white and the light blue, and so is Gabi's. It's an interesting thing where it's like just the color blue seems to be like associated with parkour. I don't know what it is, but and then the arms. So I think Cole's arms are very loose, and I think if it was Gabi, if I had to imagine like Simone Biles doing this move. So this is where we have to be a bit creative, because we're not going to find this exact reference of what I want. But if I use the patterns I picked up on Simone Biles and apply this to Cole's movement, I think Simone's arms would be tighter. I think they would be a bit straighter, like that there where he's bending his elbow. I think if this was Simone Biles doing this move, it would be like far out, like that, just based on the video reference we've been looking at. And then that other hand would, instead of being like that, I think it would be more like this. And I don't know why, I'm just guessing. I guess we'll find out if that actually would look good still. But just based on because I've been trying to pay attention to where they move their arms and legs, because I find that the posing for the arms and legs is sort of what separates gymnasts from, like, what would you call, what's like the noun of someone that does parkour? Is there a noun for that? I want to say a parkourist, but that sounds made up. But you know what I mean. You know, people that do parkour. Because the form and the rigidity, that's what makes it a different. That's the look. That's what makes the look different. Is that in parkour it's very loose and in gymnastics it's very tight. So the reason I'm just going through and explaining this is because if we try and do this one for one, it's going to look strange on Gabi, because all of her other moves are very gymnastic inspired, and then we'll have this one move that is not really in the palette. So I gotta make, and just like that flip that I did here, it's this, in the same way that this flip looks like it doesn't match the others, because this one I was using a reference that wasn't as good. So that's what I mean. It has to have a consistent. The way Gabi moves, she can't start moving differently just in one situation. He has to move, that level of rigidity has to be consistent across all of the animations to look cohesive. So I'm just anticipating that now of some challenges that we'll have to come up with a creative way to adapt this pose. So, well, first of all, we should probably pick a keyframe to start. I think I'll pick this, where she's starting to pull her body up, because we do have another pose that's similar to this. So we'll start with that. And sorry if I'm like clearing my throat a lot. It's just my throat's a bit sore. Oh yeah, new animation. So we'll call this ledge pull. Or ledge grab pull to be consistent. Because we've got oh, where's the other? There's the ledge jump has the pose I want. I want to use this pose from yesterday and as a starting point. But modifying it ever so slightly. So I'll copy that. Goodness, my throat. I don't know what it is. Maybe I was just talking too much yesterday. I don't know what it is, but it feels not great. Rat tail, sorry. A practitioner of parkour is called a tracer. That's really? With the feminine form being trace. I don't know how to pronounce any of those. Or simply parkourist. I could pronounce that word, so I will use that word. Where's ledge pull? Okay. So we'll start from here, because this is pretty close to the pose I want. It's just Cole, he's leaning, so we have to move it so that she starts to prop up on one leg and leave this one hanging loose a bit. But how? I'm just wondering how, because the hips do not look comfortable. So this might be a bit of a tough one, but I think we can work through it. We always do. Yeah, the hips definitely have to twist to have that make sense. And this leg, she has to really like, yeah, so in this case the weight has to, the hips, the torso is twisted sideways. I didn't want to do that on the others, but for this one, considering that her weight is going up to the side, it makes sense. But it looks like Cole's, it's hard to tell, but the angle of the foot looks different. I think the hips, yeah, the hips are higher up on his one. So they're up, yeah, they're up here. But the hands stay, but, oh, can I pull that off? I think I can. Yeah, if I do this, and if I don't want to have her hand slide around too much, but it looks like it'll look better if her hands are at sort of this angle. Like, so maybe she'll, yeah, I can kind of, so maybe I'll leave the other hand where it was and just move, because we can't move both hands at the same time. So I'll leave that hand where it was, but this hand, we'll have it to, because it needs to like counterweight. And she has to kind of lean, but then no, his upper body is like even, it's actually, his chest is actually quite close to the ledge. But how do I do that without this looking awful? Maybe I have to, this has to come out even more, yeah. Okay, that's a bit better. French words? Are they French words? Yeah. Okay, that's probably why I can't pronounce them. Well, yeah, she's using one. She's gonna launch herself up with one foot like this. It's just a matter of, because I need to watch what is. Yeah, his... Maybe everything has to spread out even more. Maybe her entire body is too far off, and her legs need to... Because I don't want to have it too flat, because that will look even worse. But... Ah, see, yeah, that looks kind of painful now. But I think that's what Cole's torso is doing. But it's just interfering. Okay, maybe this needs more twist. Okay, that's starting to look a bit better. Kind of. Still a ways off. It's hard to see the angle, because I think the angle of the foot will sort of change what happens. Just gotta see what his foot does. Because it's like it goes up and then down, which is an interesting... I don't know if I can get that same kind of movement going. Because this is... It needs... Yeah, because... okay, I think I get it. This... It needs to somehow be closer to a body, but not at the same time. Because the leg sort of sticks out like this. Kind of like, yeah, because when I look at it, this is more like it, but now she's like very far away from the... Her hands are not going to reach. So, that's a tough one. We can work it out. Yeah, there we go. See, this is looking a bit... I know, Gabi, I'm sorry, I know your hips are hurting, but... Maybe if I do that. Because, yeah, now this leg looks broken. So, yeah, oh, and yeah, so I had the hips twisted the wrong way. Now it gets the kind of the shape where the leg... goes across and then down from this view. Yeah, there we go. That's, yeah, the twisting the hips like that looks more natural. So we might have to whip out the tweak bones later to get this to look more comfortable. Because I haven't really... I've deliberately not used the tweak bones yet, because I want to leave those as like last possible resort. So with the thigh crunching up like this, I do have a bone that could fix that. But I just want to see the best I can do without them, and then we'll see what we can do once we've made a bit more progress on it. I just feel like she's... Yeah, we need to move her a bit further away, but also have her arms still reach. That's the thing, because... Okay, I'll need to... Yeah, so her torso can now bend more and not clip into her leg, and we can move the hips further back. That's what I want. So yeah, now her arms are not hyperextending, and now the hip is not being destroyed. That's better. But the torso... Her shoulders are wrong. So I'll reset them, and then the torso does have a bit of twist. Twists up like here. And it probably twists a bit here. That's a bit better. But her neck looks like it's in pain. Okay, this is looking better now. Because if you swivel your body up like this, the hips kind of have to be doing this, but not too much. And she still has to look like she's leaning in. I don't want to make it look like she's hanging off. So that's another thing I just got to watch out for. Okay, with the foot lowered, yeah, that doesn't look like it's being destroyed as much now. I know the normals are still glitched. That's an issue I still haven't fixed yet. But yeah, because it's just that socket looked too kind of crumpled, like the shape. Like this looks like it was like collapsing, and then. Yes, you could try and fix that with the tweak bones, but if you can get it to look good without them, I think it's better to do it like that. So I'll move this up a little, because yeah, if it's up too high, it does that. So I think that's the benchmark, is that the foot has to be just sort of low enough there. Now, Cole's foot is a bit different, because he presses his up against the wall like this, But as I mentioned yesterday, we kind of don't want to do that because some ledges are not tall enough. So I want these to also look good on these very short ledges, which might be defying physics, but it's a video game, so we will just roll with it. And I just want to make sure her hands are not, because I think her hands moved. So let me just check the keyframes of the hands. Like, not sideways, but like the height. I feel like they've moved. So let me go check the ledge idle. Yes, they have moved. So I'll copy the position that they are from here and paste them back on the pool. Oh. Something's not right. Oh, it's the fingers too. I gotta get the fingers. I see. Yeah, hands kind of gonna come further up. I just want them to look like they're not like shifting poses too much. Like it's a natural progression type thing. So you might, yeah, hold on. Let me get them back to where they were and compare them. Like that. Like if we go from here to here, I guess that looks okay. It's just they look like they're pulling back a little bit. So I just gotta make sure that they come down just a little bit, like this. So yeah, that's a bit better. And her thumbs. They should not move. They should stay. Maybe I'll just, actually, yeah, let me copy the thumb keyframes from this. There we go. And the shoulders. It's a bit hard to see because Cole's shoulders are massive and they're kind of obstructed. But they look a bit raised, but not too raised. And they're not too forward. They're just sort of a little tensed up. But not massively so. Maybe like this. Alright, we'll move on to the next one, because it'll be hard to see when there isn't movement going on. Gotta find what pose should we pick next? I think this one. Maybe. Yeah. This one here, I think, should be next. Pidge says, watching these streams has inspired me to pick back up learning Blender and Unreal. Oh, cool. Thank you for the work you do, and I'm looking forward to the game. Well, me too, man. Thank you. Okay, so I want... It's gonna be... Because I can't see Cole from the side, so I just have to kind of make up what should be happening. But it looks like the hips come forward like this. That's what it looks like is happening. And the foot is now... like about here. I can already start to see this taking shape, but the hips need some twist. Oh, not like that. Not that kind of twist. Not that either. Yeah, her body has to start turning into the ledge like that. but not too much. And I might have to move this foot forward. The torso. So maybe I'll just twist the entire body a bit. Because then this top half also twists. But the... oh, how's that gonna... Because the hands are still kind of reaching out. But it's like the body is sort of shifting across this way a bit more. And the body is really leaning into like into there, and the elbow should slightly bend outwards, like that. But there needs to be a bit of a bend. So maybe that's a shoulder bones. Can those help? I think the shoulder bones can help. Yeah, there we go. I can't see what his other hand's doing though, because it's behind his body. But it looks like it's starting to move over. Yeah, it looks like it moves. Interesting. Wonder how he does that. So yeah, that's where his hand is, and then it moves over here. I guess you'd have to do it to shift his weight, I suppose. So Gabi's hand will move a bit as well. But I can't tell, I think it's... the angle would... I think it's more like this. So instead of gripping from the bottom, I think the grip changes so that it's flat. That's what I want to guess is going on. Because, and then the angle. How can I get the angle? Sort of like this, and the shoulder needs to be a little more, yeah. Because it isn't straight. It's sort of, well, it looks kind of curved. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, it like bend. Oh, that's an interesting bend. It kind of goes like that. But it, okay. Maybe it's just like flat. Maybe it's sort of extended. Like this. I guess because it would bend the other way if it was hyper extended like that. Oh, wrong key. Oh, not again. Wrong keyframe. I didn't change keyframes. Oh, but I wanna copy this. Wait, can I undo far enough? I don't think so. I forgot to change it. Oh, it's happened twice now. No, I'm out of undos. It's over. So, yeah. So I'll have to do that first pose again. Oh, silly mistake. Well, we did it. If we can do it once, we can do it again. I think it was this pose. So luckily this isn't too far off. I just gotta move her torso down. So she's getting back down on the ledge now. There we go. And the hip, I've done something to the hips. They have to twist a different way. It was only 10 minutes ago, I can remember. Or maybe is that the right, is that the same one I did? I can't remember. Because I remember the leg, I don't remember what the hands were doing. I think it's that one. So this all needs to come down even lower. Now this doesn't seem right. I didn't do it like this. I can't remember where her hands were, but I don't recognize the hands being there. I don't remember doing it like that. Or maybe I do. I don't know. The leg. I just remember paying a lot of attention to the leg and the posing of the leg, and this is still not right. Torso looks wrong too. I know it was like 10 minutes ago. I can't remember what it looked like. But this doesn't seem, it looked better than this. I can't put my finger on what it is. The foot was a bit lower. The foot is still not right. I don't know if it's too, do I need to pull it further away? I think so. Okay, it's a bit better, a little. It was something like this. But the hands, I think it's just the torso. I think is the torso too. Well, it's meant to be kind of bent here, but it's like the upper body is too far away. It needs to be more flush, like this, and her torso needs to relax a little. I don't know. Usually the second time you do something, it looks better anyway. So I think this will probably be fine. Yeah, I think it was more like that, but not to the point where her elbow was clipping. And this, I did something with the shoulders to make the arms, because a lot of the what goes on is in the shoulders a lot of the time. So I think these Gonna move these guys forward. I'll X mirror these. So sort of go forward a bit like that. That's a bit better. It's just, I don't know, maybe I might. Well, actually, this is okay. Because the weight, it's sort of pivoting around the ledge. So maybe I did have it wrong before. Because what's meant to happen is that his weight is meant to kind of pivot around the ledge. And I don't think I probably didn't get that right on my first attempt at that pose. So this one it's different than how I remember it looking, but you can see that already the hips are starting to make an arc. They're going up like that and over. It's pivoting around where our hands and feet are. But now I look at it, this foot needs to come forward a little. Because yeah, she's like pivoting around it. It's actually okay. I just wonder if it needs to be closer to the ledge. Yeah, I think maybe a little, but I don't know. I think this is too much. And now that I'm looking at it, the angle of this is wrong. That's why her elbow's clipping, because it's this shoulder it has to be up higher. If I do that, that's a bit more like it, a little. I'm just trying, because the thigh has to point like up this way, and it has to come. It's a little too. It's a little. See, that's a little too. That's a little not right. But it's almost there. It's just this where it starts folding there. That's when I know that there's like this isn't gonna look good. But the leg still has to have, it has to be at this angle still somehow. So I just have to adjust the hip in such a way that it isn't gonna, but that's too much. That's way too much, because her hips are like sideways now. But also in a way where it's not... yeah, that's a tough one. Maybe I have the angle wrong. Maybe it's meant to be more like this. Oh no, that actually looks worse. No, not like that. I don't know. That looks kind of natural, I guess. Except the... Oh, maybe it's this. Just this, there's just something, it's just the angle of the leg is just throwing me off. Looks uncomfortable. Yeah, see, it's like twisting. but it has to be in this shape where the... Yeah, it's like the angle of the whole... I feel like that isn't the right angle. It's like the... Or maybe it is. Because I don't know how to explain it. I just can see it. But that thigh shouldn't be twisting as much, I don't think. It looks not good. Maybe more like that. But now the entire bottom half looks too twisted. Yeah, that doesn't look right either. But it's almost like there. It's just... Let's not do it. It's just the... Yeah, I got the hips are now way off. It's hard to tell because he's got these very baggy pants on, and now that I think of it, that thigh looks like it's like hyperextending. I mean, not the thigh, sorry, the knee. Like the length between his hip and the kneecap actually looks disproportionate. Like for that one frame, it looks longer. So maybe this is I don't know. Maybe this is wrong. Could be. Because it's like, there's no... I'm trying to move the leg to be in that same shape, and there's no way it's happening. Like, it can't physically bend like that, so maybe the reference is wrong. Which, I mean, yeah, they probably had to, like... Because it's mocapped, I think, and mocap, especially back then, had all sorts of weird pops and problems and stuff. So maybe it's just a thing like that. Let's move on to the next one. No infinity. It's not KFC time yet. Gabi hasn't done anything KFC worthy yet. Flesh says, I'm not sure if it's a weird question, but do you think Gabi would know Arslan? I don't know who that is. Probably not, because I don't know what that is. And if I don't know it, Gabi probably doesn't. For a second, I thought you meant Aslan, like from what's Aslan from? You know, the lion, Aslan. That's what I thought you meant. But it seems to be sign language, a type of sign language, or some banking thing. I don't know. Actually, it would be kind of... Actually, you'll have to ask Gabi that. I don't know. You'll have to get on Twitch and get those points and redeem Gabi Trivia and ask her. Seems like it would come in handy. Yeah, Narnia, that's it. That's she speaks in Aslan, whatever the ancient Narnian language. Oh, did I just lose that reference? Uh-oh. Where did I put the tab? Oh, it's here. Got it. Point farming time. Well, you can't, there's no points on YouTube, my guy. The points are not on YouTube, that's a Twitch feature, which we are simulcasting to right now. Actually, how's that? Because I saw we had more people on Twitch yesterday. Yeah, there's like, so that's cool because last week I think we had like 5 people on Twitch and now it's 20. So thanks guys, that's awesome. I think those were like my general those used to be kind of my regular numbers when I was doing Twitch, just only Twitch a few years ago. It would be at about 20 or 30. So we've kind of already were making up back to the old baseline. But YouTube is still kind of, I don't know what it is, but there's like, yeah, like triple that on YouTube. Am I using Autorig Pro? No, not using. I think there's something else. I remember someone asked. Yeah. So it wasn't Autorig. No, we're not using Autorig. Hello, Lewis from Dominican Republic. I don't know. You don't have to tell me where that is. I don't know where Dominican Republic is. Sounds like a republic owned by the Dominicans, if I had to guess. Alright, now I can move on to the pose I've been wanting to actually do. Because that's probably the best I can do with those for the moment. Just gotta find the next. Hello, Hiroshi. Dude, you stop jumping between chats, you're confusing me. Gotta pick one and stay. You gotta pick one platform. You gotta commit to one platform. If you can't commit to one platform, then we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have the Twitch Trust and Safety Committee coming after you. Gotta pick what the next key pose is. I want to say it's this one. I'm gonna do that one next. All the point farmers are coming now, are all coming to Twitch. Well, yeah, interestingly, if I do that, if I try and funnel you all into Twitch, that's allowed. But if I try and funnel you into YouTube, then that's not allowed, according to Twitch guidelines. So I have to be very careful. I have to word my next few sentences very carefully, so I don't get banned. But I think it's the, yeah, I remember when I saw simulcasting was like allowed. You basically have to pretend that you aren't, it's not exactly like that, but you kind of have to act like you're only on Twitch type thing. Because they, you know, we at Twitch value our community, and if you dare have any like people from competing services, they're not gonna like it very much. Which, you know, that's understandable. I can get behind that. If I was doing a streaming platform, I'd probably have the same idea. In the Caribbean. I don't know where that is either, I'm sorry. But to be fair, you're talking to a guy that knows the map of Skyrim better than his place of residence. So, yeah, I'm not big on geography. I'm not a huge geography fellow, you could say. But yeah, you point me anywhere on the Skyrim map and I'll know where it is, and I'll have some weird memory from 5 years ago about a quest I did in a certain spot. Like literally, I was a few months ago, I was trying to do like the anniversary edition fishing quests with the anniversary edition that they had. And I remember stumbling into some cave, like one of these random caves, and I'm like, oh, I remember this cave. This is where the Sanguine Rose and like there's some Daedric quest that's in it that I did like 8 years ago, and I somehow remembered like the exact, like just from the opening layout, I'm like, oh, I've been in here before. Not with the compass telling me, but just without reading the compass and just going in, just reading the area. It's like, oh, it's this one. So I know that map pretty well, but you tell me where the Caribbean is, I don't know. I don't know that bit. It's all my entire memory is full of just my memories from Skyrim. I don't have room for anything else. Look at her hands. So we need to move this down a bit then. Oh, all the Twitch followers are coming in now. Oh. Thanks, Carlin and Pyroify. Those are some cool emotes. Is the game open world? No, we're not gonna. I looked into that, but no, we're not gonna do open world. It's way too expensive, and well, a lot of reasons why. Let's just say we won't go there. Is this your first time seeing the game, Shiva? Actually, I'm trying to remember if I actually told my subscribers about my level design plans. I'm trying to remember. No, I think I did. No, I did. Yeah, I made a video, maybe it was like a month or two ago, about sort of the big... No, that was the combat one. A few months before that one, I remember I did a video about the level design arc that the game went through. And I found that to do open world, there's a lot of ways to do it, but the way I wanted to do it, I would have needed to essentially reprogram the entire game. And it's like, okay, well, I don't want to do that. So I decided against that line of action. But yeah, it was it's a challenging thing because I'm not really big. I'm not big on geography and I'm not big on level design. Those aren't my areas. So I had to do a lot of like research, a lot of practice, a lot of like hold on a minute. Let me just... Okay, so I gotta move the arm. And I gotta somehow make it so that her torso is coming down a bit more, but her legs are still straight. See, this is throwing me off because I feel like Cole's arms the proportions don't make sense. Unless, oh no, I can see how this makes sense. Hold on, it's all in the shoulders because this arm is stretching too much on her right. But if I take this and do that to it, there we go. Now we've got a bit more room on that arm. And if I move the shoulder down even more, there we go. But it needs more still. Like that. But it looks like it's twisting a little too much. But yeah, so it's like a weird balancing act now of like trying to get the arms to have a slight bend to them, but also have the legs not act strange. So I think I need to move this over. Because the legs need to be pretty straight still. Or like this. Like that. Okay, this is actually not terrible so far. But yeah, the fingers are a bit... We gotta do something about those. Those are bothering me. Am I modeling Blender than using UE? Correct, Amundo. That's right. Neo Nebulosity says too many open world games around anyway. Maybe. I think it probably would be a good idea if I genuinely wanted it to be open world and I was capable of making it open world. I think even if it was saturated and if I really wanted to do it and I was willing to put up with what that means and what I have to learn, if I was willing to do that, then it would probably come out okay. but you know, not without great struggle. The way I'm gonna do it still is still a struggle. You know, there is no easy choice. That's one of the reasons why it was so hard to come to a decision, because both choices are like, there is no clear right answer. It's just they're both hard. They both kind of suck, and I don't want to do them, but I have to make a choice. And I remember thinking with open world, because the direction I was going to take was this Tony Hawk American Wasteland type thing, where you have small contained hubs as the levels that you spend a lot of time in. So you have like a physically small space, but you go through different areas of it multiple times and you're in there for a bit. But the game design, Gabi's mechanics, is not really suited for that. It just doesn't. I was trying it. I tried it out. I spent all this money and had like to get help to create a level like that, and it sucked. It just was awful. And I'm like, well, let's stop. Let's not do that. And I think I did it because I was terrified of the alternative. I thought the alternative would be harder. And now I think it will be hard, like the actual work involved is going to be just as difficult. But it will suit Gabi better. That's like the key criteria, is that yes, they're both going to be equally challenging and difficult, but one of them will not suck by the end, and one will. So that was sort of that was like a moment where a lot of because we were sort of slipping into like development hell over it, because it was just it's such a fundamental decision, and it's such an important decision. So I don't really regret that that's what happened, because I had to find out, you know, no amount of thinking and strategizing was going to make that clear for me. So I like, yes, it was a big waste of time, but I learned the hard way, and I will never need to learn that lesson again. So I guess that's worth something. Because now I don't have to worry about what if I don't have that little idea in my head anymore of like, oh, well, what if I made the wrong shot? What if I did this? Like, I'm not going to have that anymore, because I know what'll happen. Because I tried traveling that one, and it's like, okay, I know what's going to happen if I keep going this way. So I'm not going to have that worrying, longing feeling of, what if I did the wrong choice? What if I had picked open world instead? Because I don't know, that was kind of like, I was sort of going back and forth a lot between the two for a bit. But that was a while back. That was maybe a year ago. But yeah, I just doesn't feel like the right fit for what Gabi's, what her deal is, what Gabi's movement is. It seems to work better in larger spaces with a clear endpoint. Just, I don't know, because the levels that we did make, even though they didn't look good, like the rough blockouts that I was doing, just were more fun with Gabi's movement than these expensive, lush. Because I don't know if you guys remember, because we actually just chucked that out. Like, I chucked that level out, even though it was like the most detailed one, and even on and it's still on the Steam page, so I'm gonna have to like do new videos for that at some point. But if you go to the Steam page, which if you haven't wishlisted it yet, go do that. But if you go look at the trailer, that's got that environment in it, and it's got lots of like high detail models, PBR lighting, and all this fancy stuff. But it's like the levels suck. Like, they're just not fun. So, yeah. So I know that there's like, that there's a problem when like the blocky low detail maps that I was doing, if those are more fun to play, it's like there's a problem there. So maybe we should just do maps in that style. So that's what I've been trying to work towards, but there's been some setbacks with some of those too, but I'm sure I'll work through them in due time. But yeah, so that was probably my least favorite arc of development so far, was trying to solve that problem. So, but I guess it was sort of inevitable that I would have to make that choice. And yeah, no amount of like writing documents was really doing it for me. Like I couldn't think my way to a solution. I had to just do something. So yeah, it meant throwing out lots of work, and but you know, it paid off in another way, indirectly. But then there's like the Rockstar style open world, which that's kind of too, can't really, that is kind of impossible for me. I can't really do that level. And I don't really want to do that level. I get, like, even, yeah, I do get kind of, the only open world game I like is Skyrim, but what makes Skyrim good and what makes my game good is not remotely the same, so I don't think that would really work. Like, even Infamous, like, it has an okay open world, but I prefer Skyrim's more, and a lot of it is because it's an RPG, so, and I'm not making an RPG, so that wouldn't, I feel like if I wanted to do an open world like the ones I like, I would have to be making a different game. I'd have to be making Skyrim, which I'm not ready for that yet, let's just say. Why is it so hard to make decent rigging and weight painting? Well, I think it's kind of meant to be hard. Because if it was easy, it wouldn't really, I don't know. If it was easy, it wouldn't really be fun, would it? Because part of it kind of depends. I don't know. Some rigs are easy. Some, you know, this actually, for Gabi, it wasn't actually, I wouldn't say it was difficult. It was just time consuming. But it could have been a lot harder, because I actually remember having less fun. I had a worse time doing Gabi's old rig, which was, weight painting wise, simpler, but I had way less fun on it because the model was not designed well. So that could be another factor. I don't know. That's a very general question, but it could be that the model you're trying to rig is bad. That could be it. That's what, because I know during the modeling phase for this, for those that were there for those streams, we went to immense lengths to make sure that the joints were modeled a specific way so that weight painting them would not be a pain. Because there are cases in rigging. Well, it's not that there's cases. This is like a fundamental principle of rigging, I would say, is that there are some problems that you can't. If you're having problems that are like you can't fix it with weight painting, it's probably because you can't fix them with weight painting and it's a model problem. That's sort of one of the things I learned doing this model again is that there are some things that no amount of weight painting will solve, and you have to like go back a level. That's why I was kind of doing rigging and modeling simultaneously while I was constructing this, because I did have an earlier iteration of the rig. Oh, all of my windows just vanished. Uh-oh. There you guys are. Gonna pick the next pose. We'll do that. Pixatic says there's a reason Rockstar and Bethesda employ hundreds of people. Well, yeah, for like their kind of games. But even then, I think the Skyrim team was actually quite small compared to today's teams, and they had the right people too, because one thing I'm kind of tired of seeing is when people say you need more people. It's not quite true, maybe sometimes, but you really need the right people. If you have hundreds of the wrong people, you're gonna have other types of problems, and that's gonna come out as well, like that's gonna show. But yeah, for that specific team on Skyrim, yeah, that was like the stars aligned perfect for that. That's why there will never be another Skyrim. I know it sounds depressing, but I don't know if it has, because there was one of the dudes that used to work there made a video about Skyrim, and it was him and a bunch, it was like 5 other people that he had worked with who had also left, because they had all left Bethesda after Skyrim. And it was Jonah Loeb, I think. He has a good video about it, and just listening to them, you can tell what I'm trying to say. Like you can instantly tell that this was the stars aligned to bring these specific people together with this specific team dynamic. And it isn't really a quantity thing, it's just the quality of each team member was so high, but that doesn't last. That goes away. Kind of like the Bungie team, like old Bungie, when people say that Halo isn't the same. It's the same kind of deal, where it's like it's not really the same Bungie, and the people that were making up Bungie back in 2001 were like... Because it isn't even just the same people, I would say, too. It's actually just the stage... The stage each of those people are at as well. Because like, someone like Joe Staten from Bungie, Joe Staten in 2002 is not the same as Joe Staten from last year. Like, you might as well consider them different people because, you know, people just changed so much in that time. So even if you brought like Marty O'Donnell back to do Halo, it isn't that you need Marty O'Donnell, it's that you need like Marty O'Donnell and Joe Staten and Josh what's-his-name. You need all of them as they were in 2001. The way they would think and feel, the experiences they had, the attitude they had, whatever exact thing that they had in 2001, they have to essentially be like, and then the other circumstances around it all, some of which are completely extrinsic. And that's why, I don't know, I find projects like that kind of amazing, because given all the likelihood, it's so rare for games like Skyrim and Halo to even exist, because to get that right is so hard. Like, it is, yeah, unbelievably hard. Not just technically, like it's technically hard, but just having the exact right people that were all somehow available, that all somehow share the same values and attitude, and even if they have differences, it still meshes well enough. Like, that is so many little variables that have to exactly be right for that kind of game. That's why there's so few of them. That's why there's only one Halo 2, there's only one Skyrim. And yeah, it's just kind of incredible given the odds. But it's kind of depressing for me at the same time, because it's like, yeah, the odds of trying to recreate that is just insurmountable. BioWare? Okay, I'm not as familiar with BioWare, but I'd imagine it's the same deal. But what did BioWare do? I don't remember. The company name is familiar, but I don't know what games did BioWare do. I remember someone mentioned Rareware once, and I remember that was like a kind of... Well, actually, yeah, now that I think of it, all the companies I just named, the thing they all have in common is that they were all eventually bought by Microsoft. That's an interesting pattern. Nickety says this. What? I'm not talking about the re-releases of Skyrim. You know, you're being smart, okay? You know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. But those 70 re-releases is on the backs of the work of the original 100 people that were there. But you know what I mean. Trying to be smart. Mass Effects? What's Kota? I don't know what that is. I don't get any results when I search Kota. Dragon Age. I haven't played those. I've heard of Dragon Age and... What was the other one? I've heard of Mass Effect, but I have not played them. But I did remember hearing, this was a while back, when they did some new Mass Effect and it was awful. I don't know, maybe there's like even more to that story than I know, but I just remember seeing the glitch compilations. I don't know which one that was. Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, it's a Star Wars thing, okay. I think I... So I'm going a little off reference here, because in Cole's, McGrath's pose, it's sort of like this, but I feel like Gabi should be a bit more like this. Should be a bit more graceful, more feminine. Tempest says, for me, coding is way harder, but animation sucks. Yeah, I guess it's kind of different for different people. Oh no, is my internet going over? Is my internet over again? Please no, don't do this again. Come on, Australia, you could do it. Let me try and find my dashboard. No, it says it's fine. I don't have any warnings. Oh, as I say that, it starts buffering. Yeah, mate, gotta love the NBN. You know what's funny? Before the NBN, my internet was way better. I know everyone loves NBN, but I'm gonna have a hot take here and say it. Actually, it's not that good. I actually remember reading somewhere. I might be wrong. But I remember reading somewhere that the proposed, before they made it, that the proposed NBN, which I think is what they ended up building, didn't technically meet the specifications to be considered broadband, because it was so bad. Something along those lines, where it was like, specification-wise, it doesn't meet the specs of broadband. So, yeah. Love Australia. Wow, yeah, a lot of you don't like visual scripting. See, I don't know, I feel like if I understood... I didn't really like it at first either, but I kind of just got used to it. For me, there isn't really, because I used to do like Unity, C++, C#. And that to me, and visual scripting, it's like the same. I don't really see much of a difference. Except Unreal just has more functions. And, If I knew the syntax for C++, I'd probably do it. But it isn't just syntax. I've been told that for C++, it isn't as simple as just writing it in the syntax. There's like a bit more to it with like the way you set functions up. There's like more setup, and you have to kind of know more about what is going on under the engine. And that's a level I kind of am not gonna touch just because I have too much to do. But someday, if I get an infinite time, I probably would check it out and try and figure out sort of how to use it, but that day is not near. So I don't know, I guess I can get the job done well enough with visual. We'll do that one. I think that's like the last main pose left. So her body is gonna twist a lot more here now. Oh, this is actually kind of... I'm seeing a problem with how I've done this, but I'll just keep going for now. But there is gonna be a problem if we leave it like this, because she's jumping up on this invisible ledge, but I haven't compensated for her movement on the character. Actually, I should probably think about that now. Let me think for a moment before I proceed. We might be in a danger zone here. Because this looks okay, but this is because her character controller is not moving. In game, it will move. So what I will do, because this will not be touching still. So I'll move this, I'll have this so that the foot is just sort of loose. Like that. Because, yeah, because I'm gonna try and think of, I think it might be easier to just show you in engine what I'm talking about here. But her feet need to be pointed more now that I'm looking at this. But there's a problem that we'll have if I keep going. But I'm just adjusting her pose a bit to look less like Cole's. But if we, I'm just gonna try and twist her torso a little. Feels like it needs some twist. So, that looks alright. But if I open up Unreal, I'm going to show you this problem we're about to have. If I like finish this animation and leave it as it is and export it, we'll have a problem. Pixatic says C++ really needs you to understand how your program is handling memory. So yeah, precisely. That's kind of what's keeping me away from it, because it's like, you know, maybe I'll be a superhero if I learn that, but I also have 20 other things to do today. So it's like, I guess I won't do that, and I'll prioritize something else, because priorities do exist when you have, you know, when you understand time management, you know that you can't like do everything. So that's why even with this, I know I'm very uncompromising on the character, but I'm not going to be like that with everything. So for the environments, there are shortcuts and things workflow-wise that I'm preparing to do that I wouldn't do with Gabi, because I have priorities on like what needs to really look good and what I can get away that isn't, you know, stuff I can get away with. And I think with the programming stuff with C++, that's kind of where I put it as well. It's on that same level of I am okay with whatever the limitations of Blueprint is, because to do the C++ level requires a level of commitment that I would rather put somewhere else, like on the character model, or, you know, the art style, or, you know, something like that, because I feel like I can make that play here. That doesn't really work all the time with all projects and with all people, but with my specific combination of like skills, variables, and whatever, it's like feels like the right play, because you have to compromise on some things, but you don't want to compromise everything, and you don't want to compromise nothing. Or you could try and compromise nothing, but that gets costly. But it's yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like it's important, but not as important as some other things. Now, here's what I was going to show you. So if I turn on I don't know if can you see her collision capsule? I don't know if you could see that on stream. But if we ledge grab, here's the problem. Her capsule moves during the ledge grab, and the animation is going to act like she's still static. So in the animation clip of her pulling up, if I play this from the same side, she moves up relative to this ledge, but her actual character is also going to move in addition to that. And this is why the ledge grab's kind of hard, because it moves very smoothly too. And if you have, that's why I wanted to pick this flip, because because the old ledge grab, she keeps her hands in place the whole time, and it doesn't really work that well with limited animation and her moving. So that's why, like, just for like very quick success, I could probably move these even closer together, these frames. I might not even need more in-betweens. for this beginning, because it has to be rapid. It has to be fast as hell. Because her hands cannot hang too long, otherwise her body will move. It'll start, like, her hands will start jittering up and down. That's what it'll look like if you try and do that. So I know I don't have it finished yet, but you can start to see the problem, because I have that invisible. I have this invisible cube here with this wireframe. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm using that as a guide. But yeah, in the actual engine, she is moving. So I don't know how I want to solve that problem. I'm not sure how I want to do that. How do I want to solve that? There is one way, which I don't like, but one way we could do is keep animating it as it is, and then just not move the collider at all. So instead of her pulling up, it'll just play the animation, and then she'll like just teleport to the top. But that will have issues as well, because that means if I do it like that, I can't adjust any of the parameters for the ledge grab, because this ledge grab script actually has lots of parameters that determine how you're, like, the distance from the ledge you'll hang at, the height that you'll hang at. And if I have the animation in a way that it's animated specifically for these parameters of the ledge having to be at this height and whatever, then it means that I can't adjust those parameters. So I'm not a big fan of just trying to make it look like root motion. I'm not a fan of that. I don't think that's the way. Because there's also the speed, because I can actually adjust the speed of this ledge grab. I can speed it and slow it down. Which might, that's important to keep, because, when you're testing it out and if people start complaining about the speed of the ledge grab, it's just one number I can change and it's easy to solve. But if I animate it in a way where it can't work at any other parameters, then that's going to lock myself in. I don't want to do that. I feel like I should be using the center of mass bone for this, because I forgot that was there, because she's doing like a flip. And I feel like maybe this type of thing I could use a center of mass bone I should be using. And I think that's the key. Using the center of mass bone is part of this solution, but I can't explain what I'm thinking, but I'll just do something and we'll see if what I am thinking is going to work. Because I think, yeah, the center of mass is all the way here. Because when the animation finishes, here's what I'm thinking. Because when it finishes, she has to be standing back up again. It has to be the idle again. So that's where this is the issue the key to it is that the animation needs to finish where it begins. So I'll go back to the idle end. Or the jump end. So it needs to end on like this pose where she's landing on the top of the ledge. So I'll copy this keyframe, because this is like the part where it resolves. And then we'll go ledge jump. What do they call it? Ledge grab pull. So the destination is all the way down here. So you can see the problem now. Because if we finish the animation and she's still up there, then when she stands back up on one of those ledges, she will teleport. Like, if we play the animation, relative to her collider, she'll be up. She'll be like further up, and then she'll teleport back to where she's meant to be standing. So that's going to be a problem. So it has to end here somehow. And I feel like the center of mass bone is part of the solution. Because I feel like this bone, she should be staying near this bone and then twisting. So the minute she starts about here, her body needs to come back to where the center of mass bone is, and then we need to use that to guide the flip. Because I find that if we avoid that bone, it looks bad. If we don't use this bone, because this bone is specifically designed to help her flip, and if we need to involve that bone, we can't try and do the flip just on our own here, because it always looks bad when I try to do it like that. So I totally forgot to factor that in, but we should start doing that before we proceed. So we're gonna just move her entire body where I gotta look at where Cole's center of mass will be. It's sort of like this side of his torso. That seems to be where it is. Yeah, it's like pivoting around a certain axis. That's where I need to move her relative to. It's like this right here, along that where that shadow is. That's where the center of mass needs to be. And it's, well, I say center of mass, what I really mean is that's where the rotation is pivoting around. Like, I'm just watching where his legs are pivoting in relation to, and I think it's like just a little below that, a little below his body there. Is it possible to translate her whole body back to where the center of mass bone is for each keyframe? Well, what do you mean? Hold on. To translate, I think it might be what I'm about to do, or maybe you're talking about something else. I don't quite know what you mean, but I'm just gonna essentially move her relative to this bone, and it's gonna look strange in Blender, but in game it will make sense. I think it's about, because she's going to lean forward a little. And I'm going to have to rotate her this way. I think. Because yeah, this bone. Actually, let me undo that, unless I break something. I'm gonna undo that real quick. And I'm gonna save first before I move it. Yeah, so I'll save. And I'll get the keyframes on this guy going. Because what needs to happen, about here, the bone needs to start, and this is gonna, I know it's gonna look awkward here, but it needs to go there, or no. Let me think, I gotta think carefully here. Because it has to do a rotation, but not a full rotation. So here, yeah, it has to be like 90 degrees. 90 plus 45, which is 130 something. And I know it's gonna look weird. But it has to do like a 360. I think it's a, is it a 360 or is it a 180? I'm just looking at his hips and what they do. Oh, it's, yeah, it's like a, Yeah, it's a 360, yeah. But it's just because it's at an angle, it's a bit hard to see. No, I know it's very glitchy. Just bear with me. Just let me cook. Jesse, I need to cook. I need to finish cooking. So, let me turn off, let me turn on this interpolate, because I'm just looking at the rotation of the bone. I know, it's gonna look goofy as hell right now. I know. Oh, let me... Hold on a minute. Because he does go sideways, and I don't know if I want to factor that in. Because it goes sideways and then back. Do I want to factor that in? Do I want to try and do that or not? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do want to. It'll be easy to control. It needs to also tilt sideways. But the axes, because I remember the order of these axes does something. So I might have to change the order of them. But I'm ignoring Gabi for the moment, and I'm just looking at this bone. So I'll turn off her model. Just looking at you. I'll turn all this off. I'm just looking at, yeah, so I'm just looking, because I'm pretending that this whole thing, the rotation of this should follow the way the character goes. So the way he because he rotates, spins, and then rotates back. That's what that bone should do. Because it just looks, when it's like done and it's done this way, it just looks better. So I should have started with this bone really, but oh well. And I'll slow this all down. I'll have to like slow a lot of this down. So I know her rig is looking goofy right now. I know. I'm just trying to think of the y-axis here. So I've just got the animation playing on my other screen. Oh, is this... hold on, is this going the right way? Yeah, it is. But this... at about here... maybe I'll just get rid of this keyframe at the moment. Because it has to do a full rotation. I'll keep the torso bones there so we can see them. So here, it has to start, oh, the Z, sorry, it has to go this way. But I don't know if this will, oh, there we go, yeah. Yeah, like this. I know the end, it like flies up, but that's the sort of movement we need, right? I think. Yeah, that's the right rotation, yeah. So if I turn on her model back, it's gonna look strange. But you see how the rotation, I know I've just got her in this weird pose right now, but it follows the same idea. If I just have it on keyframe 10 and loop between these. Like just the way that the body twists, something like this. So I really should have started with that bone, but now I know. Except it's still there's something something's not quite right still. I think this bone, yeah, hold on. Yeah, there we go. And then if I something still is, I think it's okay, but there's something that's kind of bothering me about it, and I can't put my finger on what it is. But if I just move her hips up here, because it's hard, it's distracting with her hip being below it. Yeah, there's something strange. It's like bumbling a little too much. It's like bouncing. Yeah, that's not, something isn't right. It might be the order, the axis order or something. I don't know. Because if I take out these two... Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe... no, hold on. If I zero out this rotation, I just want to see what happens without the spin, without the Z doing something. Yeah, so it's meant to go out like this. Oh, it's the X. I want to try something. Because there's just, I don't know, there's something bothering me about it. It like goes up and then back down. I think it's the order, the axis order maybe, because I remember playing around with this and it would give you different results. So I might try this. Yeah, now it behaves a little different, so I'll like see what combination gets me the one I want. I think it's Y, I want Y and Z, I think that's what I want. Oh, that's actually worse, okay. Oh wait, no, that's oh no, oops. I think if I go X before the Y, what happens? Okay, no. It's, there's just this weird bounciness to it that I don't want. It doesn't look smooth. Like here, if you watch what the feet do, it goes down and then it goes up. It's like that. I don't like that. It's like it's bouncing off something. I don't know which combination of this I have to put in to get it to do what I want. Oh, maybe it wasn't doing the keyframes. Hold on. Maybe it's, I don't know, it could just be the way it's, it might not be that. So now it's doing it backwards. But I know that if it's wrong, then nothing else I do will matter, because it'll look strange if I get this wrong. So I just want to just make absolutely... See, this looks better, but it's going backwards. Like, that looks more... Oh, no, it's still doing that weird little hop in the middle. Because I want the... It's the way it twists. It's something to do with that. But I don't know how to word it, because I'm not a maths dude, and this is like maths. I don't know how to word it, but I know how to show it. I know how I want it to look, and it isn't... This is a slightly better, but it still has this weird hop in the middle. But I need like an object. I need some kind of object that I can see the rotation, and I need to just like... It has to go like that. Hold on. Like, I don't know if you can see that, but it like goes up and then like that. But what this is doing is that it's going up, down, and then up again like that. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I know that it's wrong and I'm trying to figure it out. See, it's doing this weird bounce. It's going like that. It's not right. Just trying to... I don't know how to word it, but I know how to... Yeah. Just give me a minute. Let's get one... Can I get one axis right? So if I get the Z, because the Z should go like this. Or should it? Actually, I'll do... No. We won't do this... Oh, sorry, the axe, I mean. We'll do the Z instead. First. Okay, no, it's not the Z. Maybe it's... Oh, maybe I was typing in... Okay. Hold on. Maybe it's the Y I want, not the Z. Yeah, there we go. So I want it to do this, and also flip forward at the same time. But in a specific way. So if I do it with the Y instead... Okay, that's actually not... That's worse. But I think it's a combination of those two. If I just get the right... If the axis order is the right one, I think it'll do it. Okay, that's more of a... That's more like the corkscrew flip we had. Which is still... That's cool, but that's not quite what I want here. Oh no, I'm typing in the... Am I typing in the right numbers? Maybe my values are off. No, yeah, hold on. Let me look at the Y value again. So I have to move it around like this. But it also, I think that it's all the axes have to be doing something, I think. Because the x-axis has to also, it has to like tilt outwards. Like this. Oh, hey, that... Oh, okay, this is better. Actually, this is kind of what I want. Okay, so I was just typing the wrong numbers in. Let's just make sure that this is the... I think I want this one. That's what I want. So, yeah, see, it doesn't do that weird bounce in the middle. It goes up and then back down. Now, I know it looks very rough, but just in terms of the way the rotation axis is meant to work... Except it declines very rapidly there. So maybe if I make those Bezier curves... Yeah, that's a bit better. Just the way the torso twists. It's like this. It's this type of movement. Because I feel like, yeah, so this is what I want. And the pose should compensate for the way this rotates. That's the vibe I'm getting. So I'll leave that running. I'll leave that where it is. And I'll try and adjust. Because yeah, I'm trying to do it just with the posing, but I can... yeah. If we actually had it going with the center of gravity bone, it would look cooler. It's not gonna look cool immediately though. So my next magic trick, it's gonna look worse in the immediate short term because I have to adjust it all. But it will get there. So starting here, so yeah, she's gonna have a bit of a journey. So I know it's gonna look awful right now, but trust me, we'll get to it. So I do need, so that should be the apex, should be here. And then when she lands, it should be back to normal. So it's gonna look funny, it's gonna look goofy, but just wait. Now I can start worrying about the rest of the body. It's gonna make sure there's no stray keyframes hanging about. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna deliberately turn that off just for now. So it just moves normally. I just need to check the rest of the skeleton if there's any stray keyframes like in between these that are sticking out that are only moving one. Okay, no, it's good. It's just it's not lining up with this. This keyframe is off by one. Can I deselect that? Okay, that's all lined up now. So what, okay, so now this keyframe, I'm just gonna have this not move still, this one. I'm just trying to think where it should start. I guess it should start kind of immediately. It should start at frame 0 when it starts to rotate. And the middle should be frame 5. So I have to move these over. Oh, not like that. And this is a superfluous frame. We'll get to that one. Okay, so this is gonna look a bit wacky, but here, so this bone itself, if I give it its rotation back, I don't know if it's gonna, oh. So it should be, I don't know how to describe it. The bone should be facing a certain way when it's, hold on, I gotta turn that off again. So, hold on. So this, no, still not right. Oh, this needs to be a frame forward. So when she gets here, the bone, the axis should be fully rotated, and the front should be facing the bottom. That's what should be happening. But I don't think it is. So I think this keyframe needs to move. This keyframe needs to be at number 2. So you can see, yeah, now it's gonna rotate her entire body like this. That's okay. So we're gonna compensate this back. Yeah, so now you see when I rotate that -90, now she's sort of orientated that way. So I just gotta move her. Like that. And I just don't know if her sideways, I think the rotation this way on this axis. How many degrees? Not -90, but maybe -45. Yeah, that seems right. So yeah, the in-between still is going to be not good yet, but oh, I'll get to that keyframe in a bit. But then when she starts to flip like this, I think she's facing the wrong way though. That's the only thing. Hold on. Gotta think which way is she meant to face here. She's meant to be facing... I think that's this one. So she's meant to be facing to the back. So she's meant to be facing this way, and then her... Not that rotation, but the Y. Yes, so it's like this. And then I just have to move her so that makes sense. So yeah, now it kind of goes with the spin of it, but I can see that her torso is too... she's been rotated too much. Like, yeah, it needs to be like this. But I can see here that her center of mass here is wrong too. Because it needs to pivot around. And then yeah, I gotta move this back. Like that. So yeah, I don't know if this is making sense now, but it still looks far from what I want now. But the actual spin is being now done by this other bone. So all we have to do is pose her body as if it was like, we just gotta focus on her limbs, and then we let the center of mass bone do the spinning for us. That's what we did for the other flips, and they came out really well. And when we didn't do this, it came out very bad. So I know it doesn't look it yet, but I just don't know if the timing on it is right. That's the only thing. But this will make it easier to animate it in place as well. And that it ends where it's supposed to. Because it's supposed to... okay, I think I see the difficulty now. The difficulty between getting it from here to here... It's this, because this keyframe is going to be hard, because she's sort of at a half angle. And the... I might have to actually move the center of mass bone, because she's still... Because she hasn't moved fully off the ledge yet there, so we might actually have to move the center. I don't like moving that bone, but we might have to. Because this is like when she starts moving up. She shouldn't immediately go back to the middle straight away. She should stay up there for a little bit and then slowly come back to that middle. Oh, oops! Oh, come on, game. Let's get out, yeah. So here, she should still be up there, so we might need to move that bone, and we need to rotate her a little. So yeah. And then it's just I gotta make sure she gets moved to the right spot too. That's the only concern. But she should still... So I'm thinking it might be a smart idea to move you up here and then have you come back down here. So it's gonna look strange. It's very fast. I might have to slow it down. Yeah, let's slow it down. But here, yeah, so we need to now compensate. Or, let me think. Yeah, this needs to be a bit higher, I think. And then here, we'll move her body down so that it still looks like it's on that ledge. So her, yeah, and then the only thing is that it looks here, it's very uncomfortable. It kind of just snaps. And there's also, oh, what's going on? She's got like this weird half pose that she's doing. Oh, that's just the rotation of this bone. That's what that is. Because it's trying to interpolate. So if I kill the interpolation just on this for now. So it's starting to look a bit more like what I think should happen. The poses are still very jank. But the general underneath what's going on is, I mean, you can even kind of see once this pose happens, you can sort of see the mass looks pretty good. But it's just, yeah, that challenge of, so yeah, maybe actually, yeah, maybe the center of mass, we should even be moving it up. It should be starting high. It shouldn't be there. It should be further up. So this should be near the torso. So we'll move, yeah, it shouldn't be starting down there. So it should be here. And then we'll move this up to compensate. And for some reason her hands have gone flat. They're not meant to do that. I remember I keyed those. And then here. Oh, it looks wrong here now. Oh, there we go. Maybe it shouldn't move up. What's the Y? I think it's the Y location. Let's copy that. It's just getting the transition here to work. Because it's okay for these two frames, it's okay. Oh, maybe it's just the... Yeah, hold on. I might know what it is. I just need to key the middle and get rid of the interpolation on those. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. So she'll like grab it, go off it, and okay, it's just that looks a bit awkward though. It's a really tough one, the ledge grab. It's really tough. We might need to just put it in the engine in its current form to see if we're on the right track. Because I know that if I am not careful with it and if I ignore this, it's gonna make things difficult, let's just say. And I noticed that she's rotated a little wrong here. There we go. So yeah, I need to see this in engine to see if we're on the right track. So we'll export this one out. Gabi. Oh, sorry, wrong naming convention. Gabi. Ledge, grab, pull. and I'll set the armature only. It keeps clearing these settings. Y negative forward. Z up. We don't want all actions. E-form bones only. Cool. Visible objects. Gabi model. Alright, let's test that one out, because it'll make when we see it actually going. Or is there a way I can make it so that her root bone mimics the same motion as her? I might be able to do that too, which could help. Just for the moment, we'll just see it in engine. What did I call it? Oh, yeah, here we go. I don't know if I need an anim montage. I think I might. So there we go. We'll create anim montage. Get rid of smoothing, get rid of blend time, get that out of here. And then if I go to her blueprint, we should be able to just plug it in. If I go to her ledge grab component. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. I hope it does go well. I hope it does. So ledge, where's ledge grab? Ledge grab. Okay. Vault. No, that's... Oh, we still need one for that anyway, but we want... Where's a ledge pull up? Oh, that's the curve for it. Where's the animation for it? Oh, here we go. Ledge grab. There we go. So we should see it play. But I don't know how it'll look here yet. Oh! Actually, I know there's some glitch with the FBX. If the model starts coming apart, that's not a me problem right now. But it's got the spirit. We got something like that going. It's just the first few frames looks a bit strange, but it lands in the right spot. Okay, so we're on the right track. Well, if we slow it down, yeah, she's too high on the first few frames. So it should start high and then it should start moving down. That's what should start happening. I've got the center of mass is staying too high up for too long. So yeah, she should be moving down, but she's moving up too much. And why does it keep unpossessing? It keeps booting me back to editor for some reason. Yeah, she goes up and then she goes back down to where she's meant to be. So that's it's like this first, it's like the first 2 frames. She like goes up too high and then she goes back to where she's meant to. What is going on? I can't control her. There's some keybind I keep hitting by accident that keeps booting me out to the debug camera. But I need to see it a few more times. It looks like, apart from those 2 frames, the direction of it I'm really liking. This sort of, the last few frames there, I think looks cool. Oh, thanks, Mongo. Yeah, it does, I expected it to look a lot worse too, myself. Oh, thanks Tempest for sticking around. Sorry, I've just been I haven't been very talkative the last few days. My voice is kind of tired and I'm just sort of in the zone. Now it's going to look a little strange because it's the the rotation itself is still it's like it's lerping with automatic interpolation, so it looks too smooth at the end. Like that's why it looks a bit strange. And it needs to be a little, maybe a little faster. It feels cool though. Like I'm not gonna lie, it feels pretty cool, and it seems to work a lot better than the old one, because the old one, that kind of movement discrepancy that we're trying to manage, you can tell that I have not done as good of a job on the old one, because it feels like she's just sliding like a bulldozer through the geometry, whereas here it looks like she's actually moving around the ledge and not through it. And even from the side, it actually looks kind of cool. Because I've tried to keep her limbs away from the ledge. I'm trying to see if it'll just... Yeah, it's for those first 2 frames. So what I might try and do that might help us out, it might take a bit of time, but it might help us out here. If I can get her root bone to mimic the movement of of her actual collision, that will help us. I just gotta look at the parameters here. I'm gonna look at this curve. And I gotta see how much distance it moves her. Because I can recreate the way it moves over the ledge. If I can recreate that in Blender, we can basically visualize it exactly in Blender. If I can keyframe her root bone to move just like her her collision moves. If I can figure that out. I just gotta find ledge jump velocity. There should be a number in here. Oh, you know, I think actually no, I don't have variables for those because it's automatic. Yeah, so I think the way I did it, if I remember this correct. Turn off anti-aliasing and I'll show the collision so you guys can see it. But if you look at her collision, I think I've coded the ledge grab to automatically position her to... So you can't actually control the distance because it'll just automatically have the collision right up against it. And then for the end destination, it like automatically... Oh, actually... The height is automatic, but I don't know how far... I think there's a way to control how far forward it moves. I could have sworn I made something for that. So let me just check the variables, because I want to recreate it accurately here. I just don't know what I named it. It's not... These are like detection things. Like how... I need to probably reduce it a bit, because that's probably why it's so sticky. Because I know some people have complained that the wall run and everything is a bit sticky. So if I reduce... one of these numbers, it might fix it, which would be detection size, I think, or no, that isn't right. Ledge detect delay, pull duration, that's the speed, so it takes place in 0.1 seconds. No, that doesn't seem right. What does that even, what does this mean? What units is that? I don't know. 0.1 seems too fast. Oh, there's pull up location offset. I think that's the number, but I've left it empty, it would seem. So if I punch in a number there, if I add like 200, it might push me forward over the I think that's what it'll do. Yeah, it moves you further forward. Yeah, so it really pushes her. So if we look at the collision, yeah, she really gets, it like goes that, and then it shoves her more forward like that. That's what that number does. But I've got it left at 0, but I don't know how much. I think it's just the half. I want to say it's the half radius of the capsule. That's what it looked like. Because the middle of the capsule was just on the ledge. Because I think if you set it to 0, I think I did that so that if you set it to 0 by accident or left it at 0, because if you had it at 0, it would just move you up. So I think I made it so that it at least moves you forward a little bit. And it looks like about... not exactly half. I don't know. because her collision's just on the edge. But I don't know how it does that. I'll have a look. Ledge pull. It's here. Pull to location. So it uses the character location, and it uses... See, I need to change this as well, because this is actually... so this, if you do it like this, the way I've done it here, it's a bit flawed, because essentially, if you try and use this on a moving object, it's over. It's completely over. The illusion falls to pieces. So I'm gonna have to fix that later. Is there anything that tells me how far it moves? I don't know. Because the new location, how does it factor that? The new location, what's the pull to location? That gets set by something. Set, oh, okay, it sets it based on a, okay, interesting. I haven't looked at this in a while, so it's good to just brush up on it. So it uses the actual dimensions of the ledge. And then it adds your height. Okay. I think I can I don't need the exact, I think I could just do it roughly. So what I'll need to do, oh yeah, I can do it, yeah. So this is a root bone. And what we're gonna do over the course of, by the end, frame 20, which I don't know if this will be, I don't think the speed will matter, I don't think. But essentially we need it to move from where it is here to just, yeah, actually it snaps perfectly in place. About here. That actually looks exactly like where she lands in the thing. Now, so you see how it's easier to visualize, but there's a bit more to it. Because you notice that she moves forward, and what's meant to happen, I have a curve in place so that it keeps her forward movement locked until the middle of the animation. So I'll keep that at 0. It isn't until halfway in that she starts moving up, I'm pretty sure. So if I check that curve again, yeah, so at 0.5, oh, it goes height, so the height, okay, I got this. So the height needs to be completed, 1.5, so that should be that number here. So it goes up like this. Yeah, there we go. It goes up and then forward. So now it's acting just like it does in game, but I'm using the root bone. So now I can use, this will be much easier to judge what's going on and where I need to move her body. Save that. So you can see now it's doing, oh, actually, yeah, here, this is the frame I was looking at. So she's way too high up here. That's the exact frame. So this is too high. But the center of mass is okay, so it's just the entire body is like too high. It should be here. And then this is too low. Or that pose happens too soon. No, yeah, she needs to be higher. This needs to be up here. There we go. Ha! That looks a lot better now, doesn't it? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, because it's so fast, her hands are jittering a bit, but because it's so quick, you don't really even notice. So her hands will float for just in these in-betweens, but I could probably do something about that. But it's going to be so quick that you don't notice. But the point is that it's well, actually, she needs to be further forward here too, actually. So yeah, so there's also the forward movement as well, which I forgot to factor in. So this should be here. There we go. That's a bit better now. So if we save that, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna save it, and then I'm just gonna clear the keyframes here because that's what it looks like standing still, and then we'll export this again. It should look exactly like it does here when I do this. So ledge grab pull, we'll replace it, and then I'll undo to bring those keyframes back. There we go. And then we'll re-import the animation. And it should look a lot better now. Oh, oops. Yeah, there we go. She still goes up a little high. Oh, it's done this again. Let me save this. It's still, it looks still slightly different, actually. Yeah, it's almost like... Did that actually re-import, I wonder? Oh no, it did. It's just, it's slightly off. Because in Blender, oh no, that actually it is doing. But there should be a frame where her foot is making contact there. I just don't see that frame in Unreal. Like, yeah, it's like in the engine she's moving up faster. Oh, it's probably the speed. I've probably got that wrong. The duration is wrong. I don't have it synced up, so it does matter. That's the only issue. It's just that it moves too slow in here. It has to move faster. I just need to find out the actual duration of how it actually is in game. And because I said it's at the wrong duration. The root bone is at the wrong speed. That's why it looks different. Ledge grab. Where are you? Well, the thing is, it says duration 0.1, but I don't know what that means. So that's a bad programming moment. Because the default is, I think it's 0.1. 0.1 what? Seconds? Because that doesn't seem like 0.1. What if I set it to 1? Maybe it does mean 0.1, because if I set it to 1, it means it'll be a full second, I think. So if I set it to 1... Oh, it didn't like make a difference. Show collision. Yeah, I didn't notice any change. Does that please tell me that variable actually works? Oh no, this is something else. No, I know what this is. This is the magnetism, which there is a bit of, and that's what I was saying earlier. So that's when you're near a ledge. Yeah, so if I change this to 2, I know what this is now. This is where you jump near a ledge and then she snaps to it. Like here, you see how she like slurps? Yeah, you see how she like floats towards the ledge because I've set the duration to be longer. So she grabs it and then so that's what that speed is. So I set that to 0.1 because it's meant to be really quick. Because then you don't notice it, but it still doesn't just teleport her, right? So if I set that again to 0.1, it's like near instant, but not instant. So it's like, shoo, very quick. Which actually, I don't know, maybe I should have it at 0. Maybe I should have it instant. Let's see. Okay, if I have it at 0, it just doesn't have any magnetism at all. So I might halve it to 0.002. So it's like really fast. Yeah, actually looks kind of better. Okay, so that's a tiny little change, but the one we want is called something else. I think it's the pull up duration. That's it. It's because pull duration is just, oh, it's pull to duration. So that's why pulling to the ledge, and pull up is pulling up from the ledge, which is 0.5, so it's half a second. So that means this root bone is moving half a second because we have 30 frames. So yeah, it's 5 frames too slow. That's the problem. Okay, that's a lot more accurate to what we're seeing. Yeah. It's doing something like that, I think. So it should be accurate now. Because it's 30 FPS, which means half of it should be 15 frames long. Yeah, she looks about half a meter up in the air when this is happening. Actually, this looks even taller. 15. But yeah, we'll adjust it for this. This should be correct. The numbers should be correct here. I just want to see how the center of gravity bone moves on its own here. Yeah, I think I'll move the center of gravity bone. That'll be easier. Just deciding what to do. Okay. Mildly surprised I didn't get a divide by zero crash there. Well, see, they make a good engine. Epic do make a good engine that can divide by. No, I actually don't know if it can do that, but they make a mighty good engine. I bet you Unity would have crashed. I bet you it totally would have. All right, so I need to move this guy down to here. Actually, I don't like where he's sitting. Like this should be the way this is moving, and the way that is moving is wrong. It should be staying, should be like this. It should be staying relative to the center of mass bone. Oh, I didn't have auto, oops. So that should be staying near her torso here. And then the actual this bone should be moving up like this and forward. That's how it should go. And then here it's too high. And then it probably gets... Actually, that might be good. Okay, that actually looks a bit strange. Actually, no, yeah, then I'm looking at it. The actual animation should be as long. It should end. The animation should end at frame 15 as well. The whole thing should end here. Yeah, that seems to flow. It's got a better rhythm. Okay, let's try this now. So now the entire animation is actually the correct duration. If I re-import it. Okay. Oh, I might have to remake the montage because the duration's changed. Unless I can somehow... Can I change the duration of an anime montage after it's made? Because it's got all this dead air at the end now. I don't know if it's going to let me do that. Can it... Does it let me... No, there's no setting for that in here. Unless I take this out and put this back in somehow. No, it's still the wrong duration. Oh, anim segment. Okay, no. Can I change the duration? No, I'll just make another. I don't know how to change it there. Because yeah, now I've made the animation shorter. So we'll just create... There we go. Now that's going to be the right speed. Oh, it still has all this dead air at the end. Did I must have done something wrong. Oh, it's because of the export time. I'd set it wrong. That's my mistake. So I'll save it, delete these before exporting. Export again, because I had the timeline set wrong. Try it one more time. Okay. Oh, oops. No, I don't want that. No, not this asset. I don't know what that is. Get you out of here. Create anim montage. Thank you. Feels like she's getting rotated externally. Well, maybe when I look at it still like this, but give it a... I mean, we're still working on it. Give me a minute. But I do need to get rid of that blend. And the frame rate is wrong. I'm gonna set this to... Oh, it is set to step. Okay. It just looks very smooth. Oh. Oh, I didn't plug it in. Ledge grab. Pull up. Okay, so it's a bit faster. It looks like something's going on at the end there, but it seems to be tracking a little better. It's just the landing is like cut off. Oh, I know why that is actually. Yeah, it's because I'm playing. It's only. I know why. It's because it's right at the end. It only lasts one frame. So I'll move it at like, yeah. So if I just try that one more time, then we'll get that little land at the end. Re-import. Because it's just cutting off the ending there, but it's the same duration, so we shouldn't have to. Should work. Okay, it's just very fast. So maybe I do need the animation to be a bit longer. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, because Because if you make it longer, it's going to affect the gameplay. So I don't want to make it longer just for aesthetic reasons, but maybe the actual, because it looked kind of good before where the animation kind of went on a little bit after the ledge grab finished. Like it actually looked okay. But the actual pull area where she's actually pulling, that part should not slow down, I don't think. I think it might be a bad idea. But it does look a little quick. It looks a little scrambly. Just to get a feel, it's very rough editing here, but I'm going to open her blueprint again and we'll just slow the ledge grab down a wee bit. Just to see if it is a speed thing. So if I go to ledge grab, should be a pull up duration. We'll set that to 1, and then I'll set the animation speed to 0.5. So we'll halve the speed just to see how it feels. Because I think 1 might be too fast now, but this is too slow. So we'll get like 0.8, and then the actual pull duration. Oh, that's the animation rate. Pull up duration. What was it before? 0.5. Do 0.8, and then the animation rate should be 0.82. Oh, what happened there? I think the animation finished too early. So the animation's too fast. Okay, that's too slow. I think 0.8 was meant, should be that. Maybe it has to be 1.2 or something. No, having them both at 0.8 should do it, but I don't know why it's starting to glitch. Yeah, it plays the ledge grab animation a bit at the end there. Okay. Maybe that animation rate actually does not do anything, perhaps. Oh no, it did, because it played it really slow before. So it just needs to be a tad slower than 0.5. But I don't want to slow that down. I'm just trying to get a good rhythm. Because I think, yeah, the animation is too fast if I have it as it was. This is okay. It's maybe a little slow. It's a little on the slow side. Yeah, it's too slow. Too slow. Oh, I thought I set this to 0.7. We'll try. Well, I think we'll do 0.8, and I'll keep the duration of this the same. I'll just slow the animation down, because maybe I was on the right track with just having the animation be a bit slower. Yeah, actually, this is better. I like this. Yeah, I liked how that was, actually. So I'll set this back. And it just means on the animation itself, the animation will go on for another, maybe we'll go 18 frames. So 5, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Maybe a little more, maybe 20 frames. It's just the end. I like having that bit at the end. I think that's a good length. I want to try that and just get a feel for it. So it goes on a little after the actual ledge grab's finished, but it kind of looks better, I think. So ledge grab, pull, replace you again. But yeah, so because I think it feels too rapid when the entire animation is the same duration as the ledge grab itself. It feels too instant. I don't really, it feels unnatural. I don't like it. So I need to recreate that montage one more time then. So I'm gonna re-import. Come on. Flip a bit higher. We can do that. I'll need to look at it. I'll get this animation just to re-import again with the right duration, because it might change the arc a little bit, and we'll see. But I think maybe, yeah, I might agree there. I mean, it looks okay, but maybe, yeah, maybe a little higher. Oh, I think it's for that end bit there. I think that's why it needs to look higher, because it looks like she's just levitating. I think I get what you mean. Is Unreal just gone? Is it frozen? I think Unreal's gone, guys. I think it's it doesn't seem to like what I've tried to do here. Unreal's all right, that's it. We're porting everything to Unity now. Unreal, you've crashed for the last time. Let's try that again. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I haven't seen some of your messages. Thanks, Uv. I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. Turning Cog asks, what is it about counting cogs? Should I be marked safe? No, it's fine. We're not going to collect you. You're okay. Very, very, very well written username there. How's the animation going? Kennedy asks. Well, it's going. I'm just trying to get the right duration. We still got to do all the in-betweens and all that, and there's a bit at the end I still got to do. We need maybe a few more poses with it, but and then well, yeah, because there's different layers to it. This is just kind of the first pass, but I need to get the timing right. That's kind of the purpose of these rough drafts for me, is that it has to look basically right before I go in and add like cool flair to it. So I want to do a lot of the magic arc system stuff with like bones and flair with the poses and everything, but if it doesn't look good with the basics, it's not gonna matter. So I'm just trying to get this set in stone first, of just the timing of it all, and then we can, I don't know if we'll get to adding detail today, because there's still a lot I have to do. So this is the one I want to re-import you. Yeah, now it has that land at the end. Goes for 20 frames. Oh, cool. Yeah, you guys agree. I was just reading your messages there. You're thinking the same thing. 30 frames. Well, that's what we got. So I just need to make that montage again. Create anim montage. What? Hold on, there's two. There's two that have similar names and it's throwing me off. Oh, it's just these, okay. Oh. What? Why is it doing automatic interpolation? Go away. What is it doing? It looks way too smooth. Oh, it's got blending. That's it. Turn that off. Get it out. Disgusting. try that again. So this is with 30 frames of duration. Yeah. It's just, okay, I'm gonna have to shift that land pose lasts a little long. I have to shift everything else over just a little bit. Yeah, I gotta stretch it out a little. Or the rest of it has to be stretched out a bit. So this center of mass bone actually is in the, yeah. So this has to also finish a bit later. Oh wait, this is 20 frames. I thought I made it 30. Or was I? Hold on. 30. I typed in 20. I meant 30. I was thinking 30 this whole time, but I had it put in at 20. Silly me. Yeah, so this center of mass has to finish much later. But not that late. So this should be at frame 20. And then the land should come in for a bit after, like 2 frames. Maybe 25, 24, 22. 24. We'll do 24. Yeah, the spin, it's the spin. If the spin ends at frame 15, it looks too fast. And while we're here, we'll increase the height. Oh, it looks a bit strange. Wait, now that's sort of behaving like it does in the engine here. Now the end feels strange. It feels... something feels weird. Something's not right. It was fine, I don't know when, but it was fine like an hour ago. I think I might be too high. Oh, you know what it is? So this needs to be adjusted. Wait a minute. This is all... oh, is it because of the timing of this? Yeah, because the timing is all wrong now. For the way that this bone moves. It's meant to be there. And this is... yep. I don't know why it all moved like that. It's not meant to. That's a bit better now. But I think, yeah, she needs to come a bit more forward here. And then here, she has to be a little bit more forward too. More. Because the issue is that she looks like she doesn't look, it doesn't look, she needs to look like she's pivoting around the ledge. Okay, that's a bit nicer. Because of the arc. So it's like here, it should maybe be more forward. But I want to keep it to the keyframes I currently have. Because I'm just watching, I'm not watching her whole body, I'm just watching the center of mass bone when I move this, of like the trajectory it's going in. Because I have to, it moves like while compensating for the for the root bone. Trying to make it so that that box is solid instead of being a wire, because I need to look at it without all the widgets on it. But if I do that, it hides the box. Viewport display. Textured. Oh, why did that not do anything? Oh, that's the... Oh, that's the rig. Oops. Still got the rig selected. Oh, there we go. Textured. So then I can look at it with all this off and see. I think, it's probably the lack, yeah, because I don't have all the poses in yet even. I'm just trying to, it's kind of hard to tell. But I don't think, no, she shouldn't go up. Because yeah, now that I'm looking at it, when I started doing that, it looked weirder. So she shouldn't, I think she needs less height actually, because it looks, I don't know, it just looks bad. I can't really describe why. It just looks bad. Because she's going around, not around and down, because that would look, yeah, it looks kind of strange. This looks a bit better. It looks more weightless, because if she starts moving down to land, it looks like she's too heavy. She's meant to look like she's sort of leaping, not crashing down. And when I look at this, Cole doesn't really move down. Like, he crouches down, and his center of mass, like his hips, like he doesn't fall. There is no fall, but what does happen is when he lands, his torso has that follow through from the spin, and that goes forward and down a bit, but not like the rest, not the entire body. And is, yeah. Like here it looks like the most extreme, but it isn't really even, it isn't going up and down, it's just sort of going like that. So we'll try maybe get, because now that we've got her center of mass moving the right way, we can now pose it without it being a disaster. So we might pick, I think at the end there's a key pose I still don't have. Because we got like this one. We need one right before the landing. Like that. In between, like around frame 16, I want to say. Or frame 18. Yeah, frame 18. Now Cole lands on 1 foot. I don't know if I want to have Gabi do that. Because yeah, the hips start to rotate a different direction. Or do they? Let me actually let me pay attention to Gabi's hips. So the hips have to lead. Okay, I see what's going on. So we'll do another. I don't know if I want to do the rest of them today because I want to. Oh, running out of time. Is there something cool I could finish with after I do this pose? We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, so we should start moving her lower. And then the rotation of it's a bit, this is a very weird pose, but I think I have a feeling the hips have to be rotated that way. And the back isn't crouched anymore, it's sort of bent the other way. Like this. The hands though, I'm not gonna, because I don't want to do it exactly like Cole's, because Gabi's hands, she moves them differently. So I might have her like tuck in her hand sort of there. Or like this. That's what I'm feeling like it should happen. Oh, thanks, Pick Static. Yeah, it's about getting kind of the underlying. I know it looks kind of ugly and not fabulous, but it's about getting the bones, the underneath workings, the inner machinations has to work pretty well before you can go in and do the fancy stuff. And I've been thinking as well, because I've been looking at these. I've been looking at these for the last. Oh, what is going on with her shoulder? What happened? Her shoulder's just completely gone. What did I do? What is going on with that? That looks so uncomfortable. Oh, her tweak bone was moved for some reason. Okay, that's better. Huh. Alright, anyway, as I was saying... What was I saying? I don't remember. Yeah, as I've been looking at these now over the last days, like, when I hop off and then I come back to it after a quick break, I just kind of stare at them, and I just try to pay attention to what's going on, and I think what I'm imagining the next phase 2 of this will be, is the phase where each... Because I need to get the general movement down, and then once that's done, the next challenge is going to be making every key pose, every in-between, like every pose that is going to be there has to look cool. So if there's an in-between that looks a bit off, that's going to come through in the final thing. So because I've noticed when we were looking at the arc system animations and slowing them frame by frame, every single frame looked really tight. And it's like, okay, that's going to be like the next, I can picture that being the next phase of like, we can get the general motion down, but we're going to have to spend some time like making sure each individual, when you pause the game at any point, it like each frame looks really like, it looks, you know, it doesn't look like just an in-between. It looks just like, you know, like something, like a cool pose that is like a deliberate pose. Which they are at the I mean, they technically are, but like making them look more deliberate kind of thing. Because I've noticed, yeah, when we were slowing down the arc system frame by frame, it's just like incredible. Like, even the in-betweens are just, they look like you could chuck them on like as a wallpaper or something. So this is going to deviate a little from the reference, but Gabi's legs doesn't bend as much as Cole's. So we're going to have it stick out a bit to the side like this. Or no, because his leg does that for a reason, I think. The arc, like how arc system works. Indeed, my fellow. Because Cole's leg, his legs bend and then it comes up and then stops down. And I don't know if I want that. I don't know if, well, it's not a question, it's the question of, do you need that for this to work? Because it sort of goes, contracts, and then, like, it goes up and then down, like that. And then lands. And I don't think I want Gabi's legs to... Because I know there's probably a reason it has to. It's probably for, like, his weight. Because he sticks the leg out to kind of counter his weight so he can rotate back. But I think I want Gabi's to look... I hope this will still work with her leg being straight. Because her legs... Gabi doesn't bend her legs like that. I don't think she would. And yeah, I gotta rotate the head. And I think her arm actually would also kind of counterweight. The arm needs to... I think if she tucks it in, I don't know, it needs to start coming out, I think. Yeah, the arm might be a tough call, but I'll have to look at more gymnastics to know what the arms should do here. But I know this one should be kind of sticking out behind like this. And I think, yeah, she needs to... Oh, wait, no, this is different than the pose I just had. Yeah, there we go. Because the torso can't look at it stretching back too far. Yeah, it looks a little too wide. It needs to, yeah. So something, she has to bend something and contract something in here. I think having it all fully out does look a little goofy. Because Cole's leg sticks out a lot. If I can just get the bone to... Like, Cole's leg sticks out like this. But it doesn't feel... I guess maybe a bit of that, but not like... Maybe like this. And yeah, I can, this arm is out too wide. It has to come back this way. Something like this. But yeah, and the torso needs to bend a bit more this way. Yeah, I'm liking this a bit more. I haven't looked at the tail too much yet, and I'm starting to kind of think we should, it should do something. And I can't get it to rotate the way I want. There we go. Alright. Because yeah, on some of these other poses, the tail is like too straight. Yeah, like here. That's probably what's also making it look strange. And then here. Should follow the legs. So it's in, yeah, here it needs to, because the tail, yeah, the thing about the tail, sorry, I've just been, my voice is a bit sore, so I've been a bit quiet. But the thing with the tail is, it isn't a physics appendage, it's a limb. So it can't just, it doesn't, it's not meant to flop behind the body, it's meant to kind of act with it. So I feel like the tail, my natural instinct would be, or like my first thought would be to just have it flop behind, but no, what it needs to, it'd be like having the leg flop behind. Like, it doesn't make any sense when you think of it as a limb. It needs to sort of follow what the legs are doing, but not get in the way. It needs to assist the legs. So for here, for instance, one of her legs is sort of flopping down. In that case, I can kind of picture that working. But maybe we can curve it, we can have it help her other leg by, we'll have it twist down a little, but have it sort of turn up at the end. Like have it do something like this, and then with this part, it like comes up like this to kind of help guide her torso so that it starts propelling up to shift the weight towards, because yeah, she's shifting her weight forward towards the ledge, so I think the tail moving forward would help. It's a bit better. I don't think, I haven't done anything with it here, so it needs to. Oh, it flips the other way here, that's why it looks strange. should start doing, yeah, it should start kind of doing that. That's what I think should happen. Yeah, that's a bit nicer. It's still, yeah, it's still very stiff, but I'm even thinking, yeah, now that I'm watching this more, I feel like here, this pose I did, I feel like she, just an idea, maybe she should be a bit more contracted here. Because what seems to happen, I'm just looking at it from this camera, and I know she's kind of off screen, but she sort of contracts up and then bursts back out again. Like the form. I don't know how to describe it, but like she pulls up and then she sort of, here is when she's most compacted, and then she spreads back out here. And I'm also noticing something about the rotation that's bothering me. There is something, hold on, something about the rotation of the root bone is bothering me. Yeah, so she starts rotating back down too soon on this bone, on a certain, on one of the axes. I think it's, I gotta remember which one it is. But she needs to stay, what's the rotation of this? $90 degrees. Yeah, something felt a bit strange. Yeah, so the something about the rotation of the bone looked too... And I remember this pose was rotated wrong earlier, that's probably why. So let's move that to where it should be. Now it looks a little jittery there, because she, yeah, her torso is moving back too much. But yeah, it looked like she was rotating back to, oh well, now it looks a bit strange too, actually. So maybe instead of 90 degrees, it's maybe like minus 80. Because she starts already, like from here, she starts rotating back down like her torso, and that shouldn't be happening. What does Cole do? Because he's like fully off to the side, and yeah, at this point, the thing that annoyed me was Gabi was already starting, her torso is starting to twist back up already here, which looked strange. It isn't until maybe here it starts to do it. But then here it's too quick. But yeah, it's probably just this pose that's throwing it off, because I've moved it relative to, yeah, if I do that, that should look better. Oh, it's actually, no, it's moving. Like this actual bone, it moves ever so slightly. Yeah, it's, oh, this, I don't know what happened there, but it was also teleporting on that one keyframe, which looked strange. Oh, that's better. But the rotation is still ends too soon. Must have been the other parts of the... Now this looks, no. I'm just watching the root bone again, because something's wrong with it. Ah, here. The whole body teleports again. That's why it looks strange. Okay, that's a bit nicer now. Again, with more key poses it'll look better, but just for the moment, yeah, I fixed the thing that I was noticing that was wrong. There was just something about the rotation of the torso where it was trying to return to its normal rotation too soon. It was bothering me. Even here, I don't know if I want to even... no, it's probably fine. Yeah, that looks, from the side it looks a lot better. Yeah. The only thing that's off is just the transition between these two, but these will have a frame in between these two at some point later. But I like, yeah, the general movement of it now, I'm liking it more. But except, oh, I know why it was teleporting before, because I moved it, it needs to be moved forward on this frame, but it was also moving it, it was keying the up and down movement too, which is why it appeared to be teleporting for that one frame. So I do want to move it forward, but I just want to move it forward and not the other two directions. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna try this in engine again, because I need to see it in engine. So I think I set the duration, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I forgot to remove the root bone. Hold on. Gotta remove the keys on you first. There we go. Re-import. So now, I don't know, we'll see how it looks. I don't know if I didn't change the, did I change the duration? I might have. I can't remember. Ah, see that? Now the flip lasts a bit longer, which is cool. And we have that extra in between. But it does look like she's floating a bit. Especially in the middle there. And it's probably just the lack of the key pose, that's probably what it is. No, something's not... Nah, something's still not right. I don't know what it is. It's this last bit. Yeah, no, I have to... I think I changed the duration again. So, yeah, let me fix that. The animation's cutting off. Infamous 2 is a good... It is a good game. I thought it was pretty good. So let's re-import with... no, let's make another montage. I haven't played it in a while though. It's kind of one of those games that's stuck on that generation of hardware. But I think I like really... I think I've also... Because I think I 100%ed the game like way back, so I've probably gotten the most out of it I possibly... Like I really squeezed it dry. That game. I didn't finish Infamous 1 though, actually. I think I only did the good ending and I didn't get all the powers and stuff, and that's bothered me that I haven't finished it, but I just haven't had time. I gotta plug this back in. Let's try you now. Because it was cutting off the end of the animation. Okay, there we go. Now it's playing at the right speed. But yeah, there's... Maybe it was the rotation thing I did. It's just... Oh, why does it keep doing this? There's just something about the flip that's kind of... It looks like she's lagging behind, like too much. Like near the end? Why does it keep doing this? I don't know. I don't want my viewport camera. I want to just play the game. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Yeah, it just seems a little... It seems just a little, like, heavy. I don't know what I did. I must have done something. Might have been with the root, the center of mass bone. Maybe something I did there. It's making it look too weighty. Yeah, it's when she transitions from this pose to that pose, she should be moving high, like, not all, but for that one frame, she's too low. I feel like the pivot point is wrong for that one. Yeah, something's wrong. Here. Maybe I need to have this play sooner. But the actual movement, yeah, she's kind of off. It's kind of off that she needs to be a bit higher up, like that. It's throwing me off. Like the leg really needs to stick up high. And I think the pose needs to come in a frame earlier. There we go, because the leg, it needs to pop out like that, and it wasn't, I wasn't feeling that. Yeah, because it has this sort of pop out in the middle there, here. This has to be like the moment. It has to be like, yeah, because she needs to go up a bit and then back down while that plays. Okay, I think just in terms, because I just want to make sure I get that right, because any other in between work is gonna, anything you add on top of that is not gonna help. It needs to. I think it's just the timing of it was just a bit off. So I'm gonna. The duration is the same, so I should just be able to quickly re-import it to just check that as well. Okay. Oh, I didn't remove. Okay, so here's what happens when you keep in root motion. I forgot to turn it off before re-exporting it. But if you keep in root motion, it looks like this. Yo! That's what it looks like. She like goes off frame, yeah. So yeah, we don't want that. Forgot to turn that off. There we go. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I forgot to remove the root bone keys. Such a disappointment. Re-import. Okay. Because I was like, the thumbnail looks very different. I wonder maybe it's going to be a massive improvement. Oh no, there's still... I don't know what it is. There's still something wrong with it. I don't know how to word it. I just can see it, and I don't know how to explain it, but there's just something wrong. It's something to do with the timing of it. It's just wrong. I'm not seeing that pop. There has to be this cool pop, but it's not enough. And it feels kind of slow. I don't know, maybe I'm just seeing things. Maybe let's look at the reference and compare it. Because I'm just looking at the way the legs, there's this cool sort of motion that you see. And I feel like I'm not seeing it enough. Oh, it's probably, maybe it's a key, maybe it's just a lack of key poses. That could be it. But no. There's still something around. I can't describe it. I need to, it's so minor. It's such a small thing, but I can just see it and it's bothering me. It might be her left leg. Oh, what happened there? Gabi's upside down. It's the head? She goes high too soon? Okay, I'll look out for those. The head. No, the head's looking okay to me. I mean, for what the poses we have, at least. High too soon. Maybe that's what it is. That's the only thing I can think that... That's the only thing I can think that it might be. But I don't know, it looked like about an hour or two ago, it looked kind of right. So I'll see what I can do about that at least. It's this bone. It means this keyframe has to come later. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, it might have been because this was on frame 10. And if I put it on frame 14, that's, yeah, it's got that kind of spin. But the end looks too quick now. But she has to like glide through the air a bit there. And I think I do have that pose coming in a wee bit early. Because her torso is going back the opposite, it's popping back the opposite way. So this should come back in at frame, maybe frame 12. No, it's too late. Frame 10. I think the end feels too rushed as well. So I think this needs to come in a bit earlier. No. What if I speed up the root bone? Curious what happens. Because I'm starting to get, I think what it is, I think I've almost got it. It's the legs. There's something about, and I don't want to bend them. It isn't like that, but it's more that the legs, something, it's the relationship between the torso and the legs. And there's also this one, here. There's something about the way she's rotated that is wrong. So if I reset this back, yeah, see, that looks okay. This is like her normal bone rotation of how the pose is. That looks fine. But I think it's the frame before it, maybe. I think it's just because there's no in-between here that could be throwing me off with it. And I've just noticed something else. I can't... Oh, it's the root bone that starts moving here. Because I'm like, why is it suddenly moving forward? No, I know why. So she's moving too far. I think it's the way I've moved it forward. And I need to watch this again. One of her legs isn't leading. That's what it is. One of Cole's legs leads and the other follows, and both of mine are too rigid. But no, it's not that they're too straight. It's just one of them should start aiming down sooner. That's what's throwing me off about it. But the thing is, maybe I just didn't notice it before, because this problem wasn't here earlier, and I don't know, maybe I just didn't notice it. But I see now that Cole's legs, one of them leads the rest of the body, like the momentum from it leads the rest, and I'm not seeing that on Gabi right now. Like, she has the cool spin and that's cool, but there isn't a leading, one of the legs must lead. And it's not. It doesn't look like it. So maybe with this pose, I'll move... Yeah, I'll move this leg back a little. And then there needs to be another pose that comes around in between these two. Maybe even this one. This leg should start coming down further here. That leg should be leading. And then somewhere in the middle, in between the leg should start coming down, which is probably why it looks strange, because I don't have that yet. And now the forward movement looks wrong now as well. Yeah, she moves down. It's also a bit of a bother. So maybe it does. I didn't want it to come up higher, but maybe it does. No, I don't want it, not too much, not too much. It's a little too much. It just needs to not decline. And it needs to come forward. just goes, it goes up really rapidly here. That's the only thing that kind of bothers me a bit. But yeah, maybe it does, because I didn't want to go too heavy with the key, just the having too many keyframes, but I think in between this, like here, because it's just the leg movement is, because I have like this one, but I need one kind of like that, which is not too, and the torso needs to start twisting as well. It's about, I'm just trying to find exactly where, that's the thing, because if I do it in the wrong spot. It's about frame 17, I think. Frame 17. So her back needs to be straighter. And it needs to start, her hands, one of her hands kind of lead, but they follow through with the legs. Really bothering me now. So yeah, this, can I get it from the top? Yeah, there we go. So this leg needs to start coming around this way now. And then this one, we'll move it over like that. I don't know if that's enough though. And I think is this the wrong frame? Because there's two keyframes that are too close together that I don't remember putting there. I think it's, hold on. Yeah, this needs to come back. Yeah, back one frame. But yeah, that leg needs to really lead the way. Because then when she sticks it out like this, it'll start rotating her body down. It'll flip it over. That's what's supposed to happen. But I think the hips, yeah, the hips need some rotation. Oh, I've lost them. Where are the hips? There you go. See, this is where the body starts twisting over the other way. Shoulders look uncomfortable too. Actually, oh no, there's more. No, there's something else. There's something else. This is twisting too much. It's the entire body that needs to come around a bit. This has to rotate around a bit like that. Because yeah, I'm trying to move this arm so it's a bit sticking out a bit more this way. There we go. Feels like she gets pulled into the air. Well, yeah, I do want to add some more keyframes at the start, but I'm mainly worried about the end of it at the moment. But I don't know if we'll get time to do the beginning few, because we're kind of maybe going a little too into polished territory for some of them. But I think the end definitely needs to look a certain way. There's something still wrong with this. Think of this, it might need a Oh. Oh, wait a minute. No. What is this? That keyframe shouldn't be there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now I can see the leg doing a bit more. Yeah, it's coming in a circle. It does like a circle around the body and then back down to where she lands. So you can see it here. Yeah, you see here, it like shoo, smacks. It looks like she's doing a cool kick. That's kind of what I mean. It needs like that. And I think, yeah, there's something in the beginning here, between here, that's looking a bit strange too. I think maybe, I don't have time to do like a full pose for this one right now, but I do think it is rising way too quick. I don't know if I can try it. Yeah, just to mitigate it a little bit. It's a very quick. Actually, no, that actually looks worse. Let me undo that. Maybe the spin. Maybe it's when the spin begins. No, I'll leave that alone. I can't really see it clearly at the moment. Yeah, that actual... I don't know, the ending looks a little too fast. But if I change the speed, it's going to screw it all up. Because of the root motion. So I will not... Yeah, it screwed it up. Looks better from the side, but yeah, it's just the beginning that's kind of rough. I don't know, maybe when I do that one, it'll all make sense. But I don't like when it doesn't... I like when it looks good even without that, because that's like usually when I know I've got a winner, when it's like, if even without all of the keyframes in place, it's still... Well, then, no, these aren't keys. These are without all the in-betweens, I mean. Like, it should look great, as in... Like, the rhythm should be good without all the in-betweens. Because it has been like that for the others. But for this one in particular, I don't know what it is. But the timing is just kind of... I can't describe it, but there's something about the timing that's bothering me. It's like the beginning is too slow and the end is too fast, but the keyframes don't... I mean, I don't know, maybe... Because if I touch it too much, it'll ruin it. It could have something to do with the root motion itself. Maybe I need to adjust the curves of the root motion. Because I can do that. And I haven't changed it much yet. What is this? Oh, that's the center of mass. At the end, it looks too quick. Something loose. No, I'm gonna move. I'm just trying to move keyframes around to get a feel for what is wrong, but I'm gonna leave those alone, I think. I'll just move that one at the... I'll just have the land come in a little bit later so that this frame is there a bit longer. But I think I'm out of steam for that one. It'll probably come to me in a dream. That happens sometimes. Oh, I didn't export it. I thought I exported it just now. So yeah, I'm getting to the point where I can't even remember what I'm doing like 2 seconds ago. So I think my brain's had enough. I think I'm getting to the point where my brain's had enough. Oh yeah. No, I did export it, but no, I must have kept root motion on by mistake. Let's just see it in game again. Actually, that's kind of better. Yeah, okay, this is... I did something that makes me like it more. It's the beginning. It feels a bit more like she's pulling, and not that she's being lifted, if that makes sense. And the leg... I think it's just the interpolation of the... Yeah, okay, I'm liking the ending a bit better there now. But, yeah, it needs some work. We'll travel to a... Travel to a cool place. You think she's not? Yeah, we'll have to adjust the landing a bit too. I think the landing was just we copied that from one of my poses. Maybe we can quickly tweak that. But I've been practicing on this ledge here because it's just kind of fun. Because you could like climb, jump off it like that. And can we pull up this ledge? Oh no, this is too thin. I can't pull up this one. Is there a ledge in here we can pull? I just want to see a different environment. Yeah, we can pull up that ledge over there. Oh, yeah, there's this weird bug I've noticed where if you have too much speed during a ledge grab, you'll teleport forward. I don't know why it does that, but it's like when you have a lot of speed. I don't know if it'll do it here. Yeah, it does that sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. If you have too much speed. I don't know why it does that. It's probably the move character node, which I do need to change. The set actor location. That is something I'll have to change eventually. So that bug will probably fix itself when I do that. Yeah, I'm liking this more actually, because you get to see, because it looks like her body, because her legs lead, but also her body does in a way. So it looks like her body, the twist of it has this sort of delayed spin. I don't know how to describe it, but it looks like her hands are kind of doing something, like her hands are part responsible. So, I mean, that's something. But it's a little, maybe it's a little slow. I think it's just because we only have that one. It's just that beginning before her legs spread out. That is kind of making it look a bit slower. But I'll try and look through the VOD of this, because I remember there was a specific point where it looked almost, so I'll have to rewatch the progress of it, just as while I was streaming it, because then I can go back and watch my video and see that it at its different stages, if there was, because maybe there was an issue I wasn't seeing before. So that could, I don't know, it could be the case. But yeah, I'm liking the general, this sort of spin move. I think it's a good... We'll with that land, I don't know if I can quickly do like a... It's this one. I think I know what to do here. Yeah, I know what to do. She needs the hands because they kind of teleport. Like that. Well, they teleport when we go from that last pose to this pose. So her hands need to... One of them needs to be further back. Like that. Her shoulders are way too tense here. And the other hand needs to come forward. And it needs to be down. And then the entire body. I think her, where are her feet? Oh, didn't mean to move you, sorry. I think her hips need to be forward. Actually, her hands do too. Let's move them all. They need to be forward. And especially her upper body. This has to really come, yeah, it has to be like this. And their head, like that. Where's her neck? There we go. And her feet are in the wrong spot too. This has to be further back. And this has to be a bit further forward. Or the other way around. Actually, yeah, it might be the other way around. Yeah, so it's just this foot has to be forward a bit. Not that much. But something like this. And yeah, I think that torso can come a bit more forward. Yeah, so that way her torso is like, that the momentum from it is carrying through still. We'll see how that ends up looking. It's a small difference, but we'll see how that looks as well, and then I should gonna rest my brain. Yeah, I can. It makes a difference. Yeah, it looks like she's. We slow motion that. Looks like her body actually has some. There needs to be some twist though. I didn't add twist to it. So when I look at this next, I'll do that because. Oh, sorry. I just gotta think which way that her torso has to twist. It's gotta have a bit of twist to it. And same with her hips, they look too symmetrical. But yeah, when we get a few more in-betweens to lead to it, it'll look even better. Catwoman kind of pose? I haven't really looked at Catwoman actually. I don't know what kind of poses she has. Oh, you know what? I think I found another... I just noticed something that is throwing me off that I didn't notice before. It's because her, one of the reasons this looks a bit weird is that her, watch her hands. her hands, like, her body is like pivoting like this, and it should be pivoting around her head when she, like her hands go like that, but which should be happening relative to her body, but her hands are going there and to the side, but it should be her body that moves to the side, not the hands. That's why it's also looking a bit strange there. I just noticed that, and I was like, huh. Like, if you watch here, watch her head. The head it should be tilting a bit to the side, but not by that much. And I think the entire character, it needs to be moved a bit to the, that whole animation needs to be moved a little to the right. It's probably why the weight looks a bit strange. Because if you look at it from the bottom here, yeah, from the top it looks wrong. Like the center of mass is too, it's too hips. The whole body needs to be moved to the right. I can see it now. And that'll make the land look better too. But yeah, that is definitely still, it's still better than what we had. I need to create a duplicate blueprint of Gabi with her old edit, because I'm just using the current, I haven't made a, I've just overwritten it with the new stuff, but I need to like create one with the old one so that we can compare them. But yeah, the old one was so awful. I'll just to end things off, I'll find I know where to find a build with the old model in it. Page builds. If I launch this, we'll just see where we started and where it is now to end things off. Yeah, I think it does feel a little slow, but I think that could just be the beginning. I think it's just the beginning bit. But when we had it before, we made it shorter and it looked worse. So we can't have it too fast. It has to look long enough. It can't be too short, because then if we do it too short, the spin is too quick and it looks like she's being forced. But I think it's just the beginning. It's a bit too slow there. But the old ledge grab is one with a lot of ledges. Why did I not oh, it's this one. I want to open this map, because this has lots of tall buildings that I can grab. But yeah, considering this is where this is where it was with the old one. Hold on, I'll change this to windowed full screen. I'll try and we'll get to the same part of the map where you can grab and like up here. Yeah, there we go. We'll have it here, and I'll get there with the new. Because yeah, it's still a bit. We need more to it, but it's still miles. I reckon it's still miles ahead of where it was. So yeah, if we'll compare it, old Gabi would do. It's so robotic. Look at that. So that's what it was. That's where we began. And that's the ledge jump. Looks like that. And then new Gabi. Much better. I mean, it still needs work, but it's definitely a step up. And then the ledge jump, it has the backflip. And then yeah, we don't have the ledge attach animation on this version. Like if she just like robotically lerps to the pose. Gosh, I don't know how I thought this was okay. And yeah, she doesn't actually move. Look at her tail. So, I mean, considering this is where we began, we're not doing so bad. We're not doing so bad. Look at her now. This is what happens when you feed, when I start feeding her proper food. This is what, when you start feeding her Nutri-Grain cereal, this is what happens. So I'd say, yeah, I'll have to rest my eyes a bit on that one. Let me just save everything. Make sure that's all saved. Looks good. Yellow is more of a step up. Well, yeah, because I think the flip looks cooler, so I want to have the flip. And the step up kind of doesn't work with the way the character moves. So, yeah. Oh. Thanks, Nutri-Grain. Indeed, yeah. Nutri-Grain coming in clutch with the great... What do they advertise? It has calcium for bone strength and other... I forgot what the other stuff was in Nutri-Grain. I was gonna say sodium, but I don't think that's something they would advertise it. What was the other one? There was, yeah, calcium for bone strength, and then there's like 2 other things that they like brag about that I can't, the names of them escape me right now. Carbs, or no, grains. It's Nutri-Grain, so they would have said grains. Protein? Yeah, they definitely would have said protein. That sounds like a very sports kind of word. Protein. For muscle development. I think that's what it was, yeah. I'm trying to memorize all of these quotes from Nutri-Grain commercials, and I remember the words calcium and protein. So we gotta just get Gabby more of that stuff, and she'll be good. And for you Americans that have the completely different branded Nutri-Grain than us Australians do, you need to look up Australian Nutri-Grain. And it is it'll rock your socks, okay? It's Gabby's aspiration. That's what when you look at the Nutri-Grain Australian commercials, I sit Gabby in front of that and make her watch it every night, and I tell her that when you grow up, that's going to be you, Gabby. You're going to be the Iron Man doing the triathlon, speed running through the apocalypse. Because there is I'm not kidding, there is an actual commercial, like the Nutri-Grain commercial from like 2005, that it's like Mad Max Apocalypse, and there's this dude doing his triathlon through the apocalypse over a junkyard, swimming through water, and then he gets to this abandoned like petrol station. It's a petrol station, but it's got Nutri-Grain in it. And like the pumps have Nutri-Grain and not like petrol. And I just thought it was the funniest thing. Cause he's got his big muscles, and he walks up and he just starts pouring the milk from the thing into the Nutri-Grain bowl, and it's like this sort of rust cup thing, and then he just starts shoveling it, and then that's when the voice comes in and starts telling you what's in it. Like protein for muscle development and all that stuff. And then he does the COD zombie scream, and he makes it to the end of the level. So I've been trying to indoctrinate Gabby with that, and try to encourage her and brainwash her essentially to be a triathlete. So I mean, she can do flips now, so it's working, okay? Give it another month and she'll be like winning competitions and everything. All right, let me turn all this off so I can like leave it in a good state when I save the document. Cool. Yeah, see, because a few streams ago we were talking about Nutri-Grain, and I think everything I was talking about just went over everyone's head completely, because American Nutri-Grain is just so different. It's this sort of happy hikers type vibe, and it's so strange. I look at it and it's like these, people in their 40s on like a brisk walk through I was gonna say the bush. Americans don't have the bush. The woods. That's what Americans call it. So they're walking through the woods, having a hike, and they got their little Nutri-Grain breakfast bar. Because they're not, it's not a cereal over there, it's a breakfast bar. And yeah, I don't know, because to me, it seems like Americans would have the very extreme, over-the-top commercial for that sort of thing. Because America is, like, if American can be described in a single word, it's over the top. everything's over the top there. And I'm allowed to say that because I am half American, so I can say that. But the weather's extreme. There's no medium. It's always extremely one or extremely the other. And it's like that with advertising. You've got the sham wow and all that stuff. That's why the sham wow is an American thing. You got flex tape. So it's, you think of in that landscape where everything is over the top, the Nutrigrain strategy that they do here would work in America, because it seems, I don't know why they go for this very mellowed, middle-aged type vibe with it. I don't get it. But yeah, if you want to know what I'm talking about, Australian Nutrigrain commercials, you got to look those up. There's this other one from like 1999 that's in black and white, and it's the scariest thing ever. It's so funny. It's like a fever dream. It's really something. And the guy's like whispering the whole time. It's crazy. But yeah, it's like an entirely different product over there though. It's crazy. Well, actually, that's a good point, Kier. If everything is over the top, nothing is. That's true. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the strategy there works where it's like everyone's being over the top. We got Reese's Puffs, we got Dragon Ball Reese's Puffs and all this stuff, which is a real thing. Someone sent me Dragon Ball Reese's Puffs and I just like couldn't believe it. And then in the wild, because there's a few shops near me that are like this, that sell American import cereal, and I walked into one and saw Kit Kat cereal. Not kidding. And I'm like, guys, come on, what is this? This is actually just chocolate bar cereal. like seriously, I don't get it. See, so that's why, Gabi, we're gonna keep you away from Kit Kat cereal. Okay, we're gonna get you on the Australian Nutrigrain diet. We're gonna keep you on that, just on Australian Nutrigrain. That's it. We can't have any of this Kit Kat cereal or Dragon Ball Reese's Puffs. I'm going to keep her away from that because I'm a good parent. I'm going to have her just on strictly Nutrigrain. That's the plan. Anyway, guys, speaking of food, I'm a bit hungry myself. But, oh, they have a Sour Patch Kids cereal. Okay, stop telling me about American cereal. I'm gonna have a cry if I hear another one. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I know I was a bit quiet today, but I just wanted to focus, get something done, and my voice is a bit sore too. But by next week, hopefully, I should be a bit more alive and a bit less tired. So next week, for Americans, Tuesday at, I don't know what time, because Americans have a different time zones. But check on my page, it'll have the schedule. But the same time as today, but on Tuesday. I'll see you guys then. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you so much.